guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Set to roll into a Friday. Are you ready? Ready for the weekend? All right. What are we looking at here? Friday, 26th day of February. We'll take that, because that means the weekend is on the horizon. I don't know about you, but I reckon I'm ready for the weekend. Hope you've had a good week. What are we looking at here? Well, a lot of rain, a lot more action weather-wise than we've seen in recent days. As we look into the south central states, this is just the beginning of what's going to be a multi-day, almost a deluge of rain for a large swath stretching from eastern Texas all the way over into the Carolinas, a nearly 1,000-mile swath. Where we will be facing the potential for some flooding issues. As we get things underway with our travelers' weather here on a Friday morning, heavy rains from the eastern side at this hour, stretching from Tupelo, Mississippi, back into Pine Bluff, Arkansas, large area of heavy rains. You got scattered showers through central Arkansas, then more heavy rains back over western portions of central Arkansas. Then more spotty showers, even a few thunderstorms stretching down from Paris, Texas. There's a line that will be pushing through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Rains extending back toward Abilene. Then further to the north, you've got some spotty showers impacting parts of Oklahoma. You may encounter some shower activity extending from, say, Oklahoma City on over into eastern portions of the state. Right now, most of the rain south of Tulsa. But, yeah, things beginning to fill in on the radar. So that's where we start. 1 week after that wild stretch of winter weather slamming a large portion of the southern USA, we dealt with the snow, the ice, the incredibly bitter cold. Some of the same areas are now facing the risk of flooding. Same storm that brought our biggest snowfall of the winter to parts of Colorado on Wednesday and Thursday begins to reorganize now over the south central states as we wrap up the work week. And this particular system will then be followed by essentially a series of storms that'll move along this developing temperature boundary as the rainfall develops and it lingers along that nearly 1,000-mile-long zone. Yes, flooding concerns may escalate beyond urban areas to include some rapid rises along some of our small streams and even high water along some of the rivers in the region there. Even though the snow and ice that occurred in the south, for the most, it's melted away, and it's run off into streams and rivers before the heavy rain arrives, we do still have the saturated soil, and it's potentially wet enough to accelerate any runoff from the rain that unfolds in what is going to be a rather long-duration event. We're looking at an average 2 to 4 inches of rain over a several-day period stretching from central Texas, eventually all the way up into Maryland and Delaware. Now, not enough to trigger widespread small stream and river flooding, but where we see some of the heavier rains for the long duration, we could be talking 4 to 8 inches of rain in some localized areas with these multiple downpours over the next several days through the weekend and into early next week. AccuWeather is actually predicting we could see even some areas reaching 12 inches of rain in the heart of that 4 to 8 inch zone. And that's a lot of rain. That's likely to occur, most likely to occur over parts of the Smoky Mountains in the southern Appalachians. Prior to the start of the rain, soil conditions range from average to abnormally dry west of the Appalachians, according to the drought monitor. So at least at the onset, the soil will absorb a lot of the initial rain. However, in areas like Georgia, the Carolinas, much of Kentucky, West Virginia, and Virginia, you've got wet soil. You're not going to be able to handle much rain, and you will see much more runoff likely in those areas. Some of the rivers in the Carolinas were just recently well above flood stage. Kind of a testament to the wet conditions we've seen in recent weeks there. Even though soil conditions not as wet west of the Appalachians compared to those areas further east, we could see some localized small stream and river flooding. That's going to be a concern. Now, people who commute on secondary roads along some of those small streams that are prone to flooding, you may expect some problems over the next several days. Likewise, people who live in flood-prone areas without the protection of levees, you're going to have to closely monitor this evolving situation between now and into early next week. In addition to the risk of flooding, you'll have the potential for some locally severe thunderstorms. The threat for severe storms, primarily in the form of large hail rather than tornadoes. But between now and early Friday, during the overnight hours, the risk of thunderstorms with large hail, we're talking could be 1 to 2 inches in diameter for parts of northeastern Texas into northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and central Mississippi, areas where I just described. We're seeing some heavy rain. And that line of storms to the west of Dallas right now looks to be some of the most intense we're seeing on the radar this hour. Now, anytime there's storms with hail, the updrafts within the storm that allow the hail to grow in size can also produce some strong wind gusts that reach the ground and potentially cause some damage there. As this storm moves along the west to east temperature boundary, conditions may allow for additional thunderstorms with hail to develop, and you can't rule out an isolated tornado at some point over the weekend. The air that's going to turn warm and humid in that corridor of I-10 and I-20, where temperatures are going to climb well into the 70s and even 80s in some cases. What a difference from a week ago. If you do see sunshine peeking out, that's going to boost the temperatures, make the atmosphere more unstable. That may then increase the intensity and even the coverage of thunderstorms. All right, factoring in the severe thunderstorm and rainfall potential right now, the greatest risk to lives and property over a broad area in this situation is more likely to be in the form of flooding. Another concern for motorists on stretches of I-20, I-40, and especially in the I-77, 81, and 85 corridors of the southern Appalachians and the Piedmont will be areas of fog once these rounds of rains commence. And if I flip over on my screen here, we do actually have fog advisories in place along a large swath of the Gulf Coast. Yes, southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, the southern reaches of even Alabama, pretty much the entirety of the Florida Panhandle on over into northwest Florida and southwestern portions of Georgia. Dense fog advisories in place as we speak. All right, fog can be especially dense over some of the ridges. Spotty ice and snow are possible from portions of western Virginia, West Virginia, and the mountains there in western North Carolina along the leading edge of the rain as we head into the early hours of the weekend. And I do actually see some winter weather advisories for some of those areas. Stretching from Boone to Mount Airy, North Carolina, on up into Roanoke, Virginia, to Charlottesville, westward back to Beckley, West Virginia. Let's focus in a little bit, see what they're saying there. The winter weather advisories for that region, they actually kick in at like 1 o'clock Friday afternoon and through the afternoon and overnight hours till 7 a.m. Saturday morning. So you'll see some mixed precipitation, total snow accumulations locally up to 2 inches. And you could also see a light dusting or a light glaze of ice. Accumulation will be more confined to the ridges. All right, again, from 1 o'clock Friday afternoon to 7 a.m. there on Saturday. Let me see here. Around the country as we get things underway here on a Friday. TGIF. Dean Michael, the tax doctor, rather. Now, he works with dollars, but yeah, Dean Michael, the tax doctor. For those who were familiar with the previous program, most of you should know who he is, but we're going to introduce Dean more along the lines of kind of starting from scratch, because a lot of people we have with our new audience may not be familiar with what he does. He did send me a message here a few minutes ago. I'm going to be a few minutes late. My computer thought it was a good idea to do an update right now. Don't you love that, Dean? I'll call once it's finished. All right, thank you so much. So we'll look forward to that. Yeah, I remember so many times on my previous gig, they would always set all the computers to do updates at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, whenever. So I'd be in the middle of a show, and darn it, the screens would all go blank, and you're like, what the heck am I supposed to do now? All right, all you can do is just kind of patiently wait. Hope it's a fast update, right? And with that, again, for those of us around the country, it's a Friday morning. That means you're coming up here in about an hour from now. I've got our final winners. This has been our 5-week giveaway. First prize is the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. And that's like a $200 value. Then, of course, the second prize, runner-up, the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo, as they call it. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, and then 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Shall we start off with some breaking news tonight? Yeah, my understanding is Josh and the team that they're down in southern Georgia right now. Racing started, I guess, like Wednesday night. They made a pass, and the headline says, "History in the making. First ever diesel in the threes." That's right. Earlier this past day, the Hot Shot Secret-sponsored Fire Punk Diesel S10 pickup broke the historic world record. The previous world record for the fastest diesel truck was first broke by the Fire Punk team Wednesday night with a pass time of 4:10. Well, Thursday morning, the team can now add the honor of the fastest diesel vehicle in the world. During the Lights Out 11 at South Georgia Motorsports Park, the S10 broke into the threes at a 399, but it's still in the threes. 182.67 miles per hour. This is the first diesel to accomplish the feat of a run under 4 seconds. If you're interested, you can watch more of that through the weekend, now through Sunday. That would be via Flow Racing on the internet, the streaming service, and see if the team can continue to break their own record and all the great drag racing action. These guys are down there competing with the gas vehicles, and the diesels actually beating, in some cases, the gas. But congratulations from Hot Shot Secret to Fire Punk Diesel on breaking into the threes. How about that? So that's the big news of the evening. I know those guys, they work hard and they play hard. But after an opening day like we saw this past day, well, technically Wednesday night, the first full day, and, of course, more racing action, little birdie told me that the buzz down there at South Georgia Motorsports Park is the Fire Punk Diesel team, they feel like they've still got something more in the truck. They think they might be able to best that record of 399. Wouldn't that be something? How about that? They come off the 2020 season where they did set the diesel truck record, and that was the anticipation. We had shared the video. Yeah, you can find it on the Hot Shot Secret website. I shared it to my Facebook here a couple of days ago, where they did the complete rebuild of the engine here over the winter months and whatnot. So that's pretty fascinating to watch what they've done. And obviously what they did was the right thing because setting records right out of the box there. All right, it's 844-844-3388. That's our number. Email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Several people were asking, what's your email address, Steve? Well, that's it. And I do try to keep an eye on that through the overnight hours on any given night. Let's jump to some of our industry headlines here as we get things underway. Authorities in Pennsylvania say that a truck driver was injured after being struck by another vehicle early Thursday morning, about 4 a.m., Franklin County, Pennsylvania. Firefighters say the truck driver had previously crashed into the median on southbound I-81 at the 14-mile marker and was outside the vehicle walking around when they were then struck by a passing vehicle. Truck driver airlifted to a nearby hospital for treatment. 2 other vehicles were damaged by debris from the semi-truck, according to firefighters. Portion of I-81 was closed for hours for cleanup and investigation of the crashes there. Next up here, new legislation introduced in Wyoming, looking to keep truck drivers off of Teton Pass. How do they anticipate doing that? Well, by making it easier to ticket you. Senator Mike Yarrow introducing Senate Bill 3, SB 3, as a way to make it easier for law enforcement to punish truckers who use Teton Pass when it's closed to truck traffic, which it typically is from November 15 all the way to April 1st. Now, if you violate this rule, you often, and this is the problem though, trucks often get stuck and tie up traffic on the pass. Camera systems are currently in place to monitor Teton Pass for truck traffic, but getting caught on camera doesn't result in a ticket for some drivers, according to officials. That's because under the current law, citations cannot be issued to drivers by mail. That means police have to actually locate the vehicle to issue the ticket in person. So if officers can't catch up with them, and there's no penalty issued. This legislation, SB 3, would change that and would actually allow law enforcement to ticket drivers for traffic violations using an automatic vehicle identification system. SB 3 supporters say when the word gets out about the possibility of a citation arriving in the mail, that might be enough of a deterrent to keep the trucks off of Teton Pass. The Highway Patrol boss there says, I certainly hope it passes. We'll be able to hold every single vehicle and driver accountable then. All right, one more here. That's kind of a heartwarming story. An owl accidentally struck by a semi-truck is recovering nicely, thanks to the truck driver that called for help. The owl was discovered on the flatbed of a semi-truck about 2:30 in the morning. That was back on Wednesday morning in Little Rock, Arkansas. According to the Fox affiliate there, the unnamed trucker contacted Little Rock police when he didn't know what else to do, and the officers answered the call. Well, okay, while the rescue was not a typical night for those officers, they did the best they could. They used a towel and a cardboard box to safely collect the bird, which they then transported to the Little Rock Zoo. And they promised, we'll take it from here. The whole rescue was captured on the body cam of the officers involved there. Hey, Mr. Owl, says one of the officers as he wrangles the bird into the box. Anyone have any idea what kind of owl this is? You can hear the trucker singing in the background. But soon after the rescue, the Little Rock Zoo transferred the bird to the Raptor Rehab of Central Arkansas, where the bird will stay to recover for the next 6 weeks, they tell us. Although experts say the owl appears in very good health, considering the circumstances, 95% of our intakes come from car strikes. I thought I'd be picking up a bundled mess of a bunch of feathers, and no, that wasn't the case. Amazing, we found there were no injuries to the bird, but you can tell he's sore. They'll keep him on pain medications for about 5 days. There's a very good prognosis on this one right here, and high expectations he'll be released. So there you go, some of our industry headlines as we get things underway on a Friday morning. We've got lots to cover, and as you want to jump on board as we get things underway, our number is 844-844-3388. Quick time out, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom Plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
All right on top of the big news from the diesel truck racing world. How about that? 3.99. You know those guys got to be ecstatic about what's going on. But again, let me see. Flip down here, check out some of our comments as the fans jump on board here on a Friday morning. And our number 844-844-3388. Morning to Chris. Friday morning, everybody. There's old Chevy guy rolling up. Copy in the mail, all right? Dan says the Flying J and the Loves and the TA in Albuquerque, New Mexico, out of fuel. I'm thinking I believe that's the same locations that had some of those same issues here about a week ago with the big winter storm. But you get off there and there ain't no fuel. Morning from Florida. Hope you all are well. Thank you very much, Richard. Getting ready for the weekend. Morning, drivers, Jacksonville, Florida. Clearing 58 this morning, on our way to a high of 80 today. All right. Hey, guys, take care of yourselves out there. Have a great weekend. Remember, you're the best of the best. You leave your families to take care of the rest of us. Have a great Friday, everybody. Thank you so much, Dale. Todd is in Michigan, where he said roads are clear. Terry checking in. Happy Friday, Steve. It was a warm-up here in Pensacola. Made it into the mid-70s here. However, my dad got 7 inches of rain in central Georgia this week, outside of Vidalia. Yeah, that's a lot of rain. Boy, we've got a lot of Florida friends checking in this morning. What's up? Captain Ron, 64 degrees in Ocala, Florida. Crazy guys with us there. Yeah, one crazy guy. Morning, everybody. Morning from Hot Shots. All right. There you go. So just a few of the comments out of the box. Jake checking in from Iowa, 35 degrees, no wind. We've got clear skies. All right, so I did not tune into any of the activities at the CPAC, which supposedly officially got underway this past evening. There are some folks that are not in attendance. We'll tell you more about that coming up here. But among Republican elected officials and operatives, as we all too well know, there are some intense disagreements raging over what's the future of the Republican Party going to be. No sign of dissent will be visible this weekend at the CPAC, where conservatives gather for their annual conference, which is, for many, many years, kind of showcased some of the Republicans' internal debates. Instead, one theme is going to rule them all, and that's going to be fealty to Trump. The former president will use Sunday, the final day of the Conservative Political Action Conference, for his first public speech since leaving the White House just over a month ago. So throughout the weekend, they say loyalty tests are going to be everywhere. Panels touting Trump's false claims of election fraud. Speeches from Republican hopefuls who will be competing to praise the former president. Actually, a straw poll designed to show Trump as the favorite for the 2024 presidential nomination. All right, the American Conservative Union chairman, an organizer of the annual conference known as CPAC, a guy by the name of Matt Schlapp, says he's not done with politics. Speaking of Donald Trump. Does he run again? Well, that's to be determined. But is he going to mess around in the political environment every day of this cycle? Yes, he is. The 4-day convention moving this year from Washington, D.C. area to Orlando, Florida, to take advantage of the looser COVID restrictions that are in place there. Now, the CPAC has always featured partisan red meat more than detailed policy discussions. CPAC knows what's going to resonate with their members. It's always been the wedge issues that kind of pit the base against the Democrats or, in some cases, other Republicans. But they say what makes this year's gathering kind of stand out is the intense focus on an individual and his grievances. Trump's relative quiet since he left the White House and almost simultaneously lost his platform on Twitter kind of adds to the anticipation. Gorman said this all sets up perfectly for Trump. This weekend, they anticipate, how did he put it? This weekend will be almost like a coming out party. Okay, well, so there are some faces you're not going to see when the annual Conservative Political Action Congress kicks in. The highlight of the Republican Party calendar, some regular faces will not be in attendance as former President Trump essentially cements his grip on the Republican Party. Instead, the conference is going to welcome him as the keynote speaker, and the lineup is packed with loyalists and former administration officials. As they say, dissent is not allowed this year. Now, here's a look at some of those who are not going to be attending, either by CPAC's choice or their own. Not invited, not surprisingly, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Minority Leader, the highest-ranking Republican in Washington, not invited to the conference this year. Of course, while McConnell voted to acquit Trump in the recent impeachment trial, he gave a scathing rebuke of the former president in a speech after the trial. Also not in attendance, Mitt Romney. Well, surprise, surprise. The 2012 Republican presidential nominee, of course, has become an outspoken critic of Trump, making him a pariah among Trump's supporters. He actually voted to impeach the president twice. Matt Schlapp says last year he tweeted that Romney was disinvited, and he's not invited this year after voting to convict Trump on incitement of insurrection at the second trial. Now, this is the guy, Mitt Romney. He's the guy that actually won the conference's presidential straw poll in 2007, 2008, 2009, and 2012. Yeah, things have changed a bit over time, have they not? Several others that will not be in attendance as well. We'll get into some of those coming up. Looks like Dean threw me another message. This update's taking forever. At this rate, I won't be able to call in for another 30 minutes. All right, well, just do what you got to do, Dean, and we'll get to you when you get here. Meanwhile, lines are wide open here on a Friday morning. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, so good to have you with us as we get things underway here on a Friday. There you go. I got a little package in the mail this past day. I'm not sure if Sylvester's with us yet. You know, he's the one from the land down under we spoke to in recent nights. But a nice little, I don't know, what would you call it, a care package. He had sent me an email about a week or so ago, and he was asking about, you know, do you like, what was it? My choice was chocolate, and I said I actually like dark chocolate. He was, licorice was he said, do you like licorice or chocolate? I said, skip the licorice. But nice little card. First off, he says, congratulations. Well done for overcoming an obstacle to your amazing show. You're a true professional, and even though those at your previous employer don't care, your show's a very important part of the trucking industry, helping drivers and companies stay informed on the critical topics of the industry, and of course your timely road and weather reports that help keep drivers safe. As I said to your father at the memorial, you are the legacy. Great to see the show lives on, and so happy for you and the trucking community, Dean and Susan Owens. And in my little care package, you may see I got a couple of little koala bears hanging around here now from Australia. And he sent me a lot of goodies. What are these things? Australian goodies. Australia's Violet Crumble. I haven't tried one of these yet. Some kind of a candy bar. It's the way it shatters that matters on the packaging. We got Carmelo Koalas. I guess that's like the Cadbury, caramel and chocolate, and a bunch of other goodies. He had the big one here is Old Gold Dark Chocolate, rum and raisin. Old Jamaica rum and raisin dark chocolate, a bunch of from the land down under confectionaries. So I'll have plenty of sugar to keep me going as we head into the weekend here. Yeah, thank you so much, Sylvester. All right, let's see who's on the line here at 844-844-3388. Charles gets to be first out of the box. Hey, good morning, Charles.
Good morning, Steve. I hope you're having a great night. I totally agree with the gentleman. You provide such a service out here, and I don't think a lot of people, in the radio business and a lot of the truckers out here, including myself. So, I mean, I know I've praised you. I've been on the air before, but I just want you to know that's absolutely right. You really give us the news, and especially the industry news is what I really appreciate about your show. And, you tell us things and give us heads up about things that, a lot of us drivers, quite frankly, aren't, we have no idea what's going on. And so I really appreciate that. As far as CPAC, I tell you what former Vice President Pence did to Trump is unforgivable. And I'm not in any way, shape, or form ever planning on supporting him. I think he showed his true colors, what he did to Trump. And it's probably best if he doesn't come to CPAC.
Yeah.
Because as far as he committed political suicide, in my opinion.
Very interesting that you'd bring him up because he was next on the list. I was talking about those not in attendance at CPAC. Mike Pence, former vice president, said he plans to follow the tradition of laying low during the first few months of a new administration. Now, Schlapp said that's a mistake. Yeah, for Mike Pence to skip out, but Trump's angry at the vice president for what transpired, as you were just talking about, upholding that electoral college vote. Yeah,
he should be. We counted on Pence to do what was right, and anybody to think that this past election didn't have some serious, if it would have been fair and square and we would have lost, we would have done like we did in the past. We all would have not liked it, but hey, it was they won fair and square, and you go home and regroup kind of thing. But here's the thing: if we don't have free and fair elections, we're never going to have. I mean, what are we? We're no different than the banana republics we claim to be better than, and it's just, I don't know how we're going to get a handle, especially since the Democrats control everything. I don't know how we're going to get a handle to make it back to, hey, one voting day, if you're not available to vote that day, then fine. But this mail-in voting garbage, but how are we going to change it? I honestly don't see us ever. I don't see us ever winning another election again, as long as Dominion and everything. And from what I understand, some of the voting tabulations weren't even tabulated in the United States. It was tabulated over in Europe. Why on earth are we sending our votes over to Europe to be counted? I forgot who said it, but I heard not too long ago. It's not the votes that count, but who counts the votes.
Who counts the votes?
Matter the
yeah,
most.
I've heard that as well. Yeah, and I think what you're talking about there is that all came out in the Mike Lindell video piece that he put out, the My Pillow guy. And, of course, now that Dominion has sued him, Mike says, hey, I'm looking forward to the discovery process here of this lawsuit because he plans to show those things you're talking about with the whole flaws with Dominion. So that it could really get interesting.
Hey.
You got anything else for us, Charles? I think you...
No. I just, the only thing I wanted to say is that I believe what happened to you is that, and this is just my humble opinion, I believe what happened to you at your past gig was you were canceled because you supported Trump. And I think it is absolutely wrong and borderline criminal that anybody should be put through that. And I'm just grateful, that you landed on your feet. And I know there's tons of people I hear every night that support you. I support you now. I think now, Steve, I support you now more than I ever did before.
Well,
because
thank you.
I really did not realize. I took you for granted when you were on the other gig. I took you for granted. I always knew, well, I listen to different things. Oh, I know I'm going to go over to them and, I know he's going to be there. But when you were gone, I was like my teddy bear. I'm not that I'm that way, but I'm just saying my blanket, my security blanket's gone. What the hell am I going to do to get the industry news or the weather updates and everything else? I'm like, wow, I miss Steve Sommers. So, anyways, you have a good night, Steve. Thank you for putting me on the air.
Oh, Charles, thank you so much. That's pretty wild. Well, I mean, so. Yeah, Charles, right up your alley. I guess you'd be a fan of Jim Jordan because he spoke out this past day essentially saying exactly what you're saying about fair elections. If you've seen, we've touched on it a time or two, the first piece of legislation that the Democrats issued when they got this, 117th Congress underway, the H.R. 1. Yeah, resolution number 1, entitled For the People Act of 2021. No, it's not a COVID-19 relief bill. Yet 91% of it is for things other than addressing the virus and the pandemic. It is mostly a bill, according to Jim Jordan, to keep Democrats in power forever. Quote, the left wants to cancel Newsmax. They want to cancel President Trump. And now they want to cancel fair elections. This bill nationalizes elections, nationalizes all the problems we saw with the 2020 election. Maybe the most egregious thing is it requires taxpayers to pay for elections. So think about this. The same politicians who take your money and spend 91% of it on something that's not related to COVID and call it a COVID bill, those same people are now going to take your tax dollars so they can get reelected. What a deal. Not only are the attacks on free speech and election laws shocking, but Jordan said, we've got to start controlling the spending. It's time to go back to school. It's time to go back to work, to go back to normal and not just keep spending money. Especially with 91% of it not even going to COVID. And he's talking about the $1.9 trillion bill that supposedly is going to pass today. That's, they've been saying that for weeks, but again, that's the word is. Jim Jordan said this is just fundamental for me and for so many Americans. The fundamental thing is it's time to get back to normal. Well, of course, there are some places that are much closer to being back to normal, a.k.a. much of Florida. Yeah, that's why the CPAC's there, right? Well, good morning, Pappy.
Good day, mate. That was awful nice of him to do that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
All my little goodies from the land down under.
Yes, sir. I think you touched on two very important things with the first caller. He touched on, actually. Number one is elections, how they're going to be conducted here in the future. I think you're going to see CPAC speaking about that this weekend. Mm-hmm. Number one thing we have to do, Steve, is we have to take control of these elections back. Like you just said, they're trying to nationalize the elections, take the elections from the state and local officials, and making the national rules, so to speak, And I'll tell you what, we need to get together and force these state and local officials, to deal with this election, how they're going to be conducted in the future.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't do it at the local and state level, you can kiss elections goodbye forever. If we don't do it in 2022 and 2024, if this don't get fixed, I think our country's in real serious trouble.
And this HR one thing we talked about, that is like Jim Jordan. It's nationalizing. We went through some of this, the stipulations of that, requiring anyone who gets a license to automatically be registered to vote. Hell, there'd be millions of people that may not even realize they're registered. I mean, you're just opening up such a can of worms for more election fraud.
Yes. Do you remember we talked about big tech giving money, sponsoring, getting these election laws changed? Remember us talking about that a month or so ago?
Yes.
And that's what's going on, and everything they did to change the election rules, and using COVID as an excuse to do that. In Pennsylvania, the only way to change election rules is through the legislators. And they bypass that.
Governor.
And they just flipped the double bird and said, we're going to do what we want. There's nothing you can do about it. And they got away with it. They just changed the rules.
And the Supreme Court won't even take up the case. What's the deal with what's the deal with Roberts not wanting to take these cases up?
Yeah, some of them are in on it, is all I can think. What's the other Supreme Court judge? He just wrote something about that. Explained, hey, if we're not going to take this issue up, what good are we?
Yep.
Why are we even here? I think the second issue is the cancel culture, Steve. Something has to be done about this. I think those are going to be the two main issues. So I just encourage everybody to get a hold of your local officials, local county commissioners, city mayors, city councilmen, and tell them if they don't stand for election reform, they're not getting your vote.
Yeah.
Make it clear that this has to be done. And if this gets turned over on a national, or the feds have the say-so on what the election rules are going to be, with us not having control of the House or the Senate, you see what's coming. What you just said, Jordan just said. There's no stopping them.
They want to cancel fair elections.
Yes, sir. That's what our whole country's based on, is the people have the power,
Well, Clarence Thomas, you were talking. Yeah, Clarence Thomas was the one who said, what was his quote here? Said, I am baffled by this court's lack of taking up some very important issues. I don't understand it. Clarence Thomas, why aren't we taking up these issues? We know that election laws were broke in Pennsylvania.
Yes. And we got several Supreme Court justices that just refuse to hear it. It's not that the evidence isn't there. It's just all the courts, every one they went to, are just refusing to hear it.
Correct. And when the lower court doesn't want to hear it, I don't know why the Supreme Court doesn't want to take it up. It's almost like they're avoiding the topic of Donald Trump. Is it because Trump appointed three of the current justices right now, and that they don't want to take anything related to Trump? Maybe I don't get it.
Well, you know, what a disappointment Kavanaugh is, man. I mean, come on, you know. I just had lost a train of thought. I was going to say something here.
I interrupted you. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. But yeah, man. I mean, that's the number one goal. If we don't fix this, it's over, man. You know.
Well, Pappy, thanks for checking in.
Yeah,
all right. Yep. You have
Yep.
a good weekend out there, and maybe we'll talk to you next week. Be safe.
Yeah, it's your Friday, my Sunday.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You're just getting started then. Okay.
All right.
Have a good weekend. Have a good weekend keeping us all safe out there. Let me see real quick. Larry, got you coming up. Hang on just a second here. Also not in attendance at CPAC. Nikki Haley, the former UN ambassador. I liked Nikki. During the Trump administration, she was invited to CPAC but declined. She said there was a scheduling conflict. Now, she's actually being viewed as a presidential contender for 2024 and hyped up the former president at last year's CPAC. After the Capitol riot, though, she said she doesn't think Trump has a future leading the Republican Party. Then she walked that back a little bit after a Wall Street Journal op-ed that credited Trump for other achievements and blaming the media for creating this rift in the Republican Party. And Senator Rand Paul, the libertarian-leaning firebrand from Kentucky, who actually won the CPAC straw polls in 2013, 14, and 15. But he has skipped the more recent conferences. So Rand will not be in attendance this weekend as well. Larry, what's happening this morning? Kind of an odd time to be hearing from you. You're usually the 4 o'clock in the morning kind of guy.
Well, I'll be around at 4 o'clock in the morning, but every other Friday I come in at 1 o'clock in the morning to have a safety meeting with our front loader drivers because they start at dark 30. So I'm on the way into the office. You rained on my parade today when you gave the weather.
Oh, yeah?
This afternoon, about noon, I'll be heading to Huntington, West Virginia. So am I going to have to bring my snowshoes?
Yeah, that's... Is Huntington in the zone, did I say, where they got the winter weather advisories in place?
I would say Huntington is just north of Beckley.
Okay.
When you mentioned Beckley earlier, so sounds like I might have a real treat to drive over there, but it's all right. It's all good. I get a full tank of fuel, and I'll be fine. Steve, I wanted to just comment, too, on the weather and also, from the election issue. What blows my mind is that the media and right now the Supreme Court is ignoring the fact that there was, in fact, some election fraud, but they've discarded that to say I guess it didn't matter. For years, when people would come to me and say, "Hey, can I tell you something between me and you?" You almost know, as a safety manager, as an operational manager, you almost know they're going to tell you something they want you to know, but they don't want anybody else to know that you told them. And it's like, I can't be a little bit pregnant. If you're going to make me pregnant with information, I'm pregnant, period. So the fact that there was some election fraud, so is a little election fraud okay now? Or where's the level of it's not okay?
Yeah, exactly.
That's confusing to me. And I'm just a poor white kid from Northbrook, man, and I don't understand it. It's very confusing how they can completely ignore a little violation. Okay, so I went in and robbed a store and I got a chunky. Is that not a robbery? Is that not a theft? In the eyes of the Democratic Party, it doesn't seem like that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm getting ready to go into my 1 o'clock meeting with the fellas, and just wanted to say hi. And I got 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock and 5:30 and 9:30 with different groups of our business. So we had a very long safety summit last night or yesterday afternoon for about 5 hours with the group called SWANA. It's the Solid Waste Association of North America. And there was about 70 different companies on the call when we were talking about safety. And still, out of all the things that we deal with in our industry, and we have over 400,000 solid waste workers in the United States, the number one issue is still the slowdown to get around and what we call also the struck by. And in this year already, there has been several fatal accidents. I think the number was 12 fatal accidents involving other people and a trash truck. And most of them are the other party running into the trash truck at one point or another when they're stopped on the road, collecting trash, doing their job, and people just drive with no regard to safety for other people.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, I'm going to run in here to our meeting, and I'll probably catch up with you later on today.
Right.
Anything changes in the weather, I'll be listening.
All right, very good. And I'm looking at the map here, and I think you're going to be okay, Larry. Huntington is not under the advisory side or anything. It's like I said, Beckley is on the western side of the advisories. Bluefield to Roanoke, on up to Snowshoe. I think it's the higher elevations there in eastern West Virginia and western Virginia. Yeah, from Charleston to Huntington, I think you're just going to be dealing with more of a rainfall event. So there you go. All right, Dean Michael. Looks like the computer update finally wrapped up. Dean Michael is on the line, and we'll get to Dean right out of the box here as we roll into hour number 2. So, better late than never. What the heck? It's a Friday morning, so you can sleep in anyway. But again, our number is 844-844-3388. For some of you who maybe know Dean, you want to call in and say hi, feel free to jump in here. And again, we'll be introducing Dean. He'll explain what he is, what his expertise is, what he's all about with TaxHelpMD.com as we make our way into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has ordered an airstrike in Syria along the border with Iraq, targeting infrastructure that's utilized by Iranian-backed militant groups. The Pentagon said the U.S. military airstrike in eastern Syria was in retaliation for the deadly rocket attack in Iraq last week that killed a coalition contractor and wounded several Americans. The strike targeted buildings used by the Iranian-backed militias that in the past have targeted American facilities in Iraq. There's been another new variant detected of the coronavirus in New York City. Pfizer and Moderna are already modifying vaccines to target the South African variant. And both companies are also testing a third booster shot of the original formula to see if it will offer more protection against the virus and its variants. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Men, John Jubilee with Energize Health. And I want to just talk to you man to man for a moment. 1/3 of men 50 and over suffer with high blood pressure. That high blood pressure medication has a horrible side effect. Worse than death. Erectile dysfunction. And it's brutal, but let's just talk about it medically. We have had thousands of people completely reverse diabetes, high blood pressure, irritable bowel syndrome, yes, and ED, raise their testosterone 500 points naturally through the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Men, if you're intelligent, you're skeptical. I want you to be skeptical. But go log on to our website, energizehealth.com. Click that red button, watch a masterclass, and then watch thousands of men just like you who reversed every single issue that I just mentioned. I don't make a claim. My clients make a claim. EnergizeHealth.com.
The White House is speaking out about the controversy over New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, here's Tim Berg.
New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is again calling for an investigation into allegations lodged against Governor Andrew Cuomo. This time it's for sexual harassment claims from a former Cuomo aide. Lindsey Boylan making the detailed accusations that Cuomo sexually harassed her in an essay yesterday. The White House agrees with de Blasio. Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
When a person comes forward, they deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Their voice should be heard, not silenced.
Jennifer Granholm took the oath of office to become President Biden's energy secretary. Vice President Kamala Harris conducted the swearing-in ceremony just hours after the Senate voted 64-35 in favor of her confirmation. She became the first female governor of Michigan in 2002. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The House has passed one of President Biden's top legislative priorities, a bill that would extend protections against discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. The bill, called the Equality Act, or House Resolution 5, was approved 224 to 206 in a floor vote. Introduced in the House and Senate last week, the proposal aims to close gaps in current federal civil rights laws to protect the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender communities. House Democratic leader Steny Hoyer of Maryland said the measure would codify into law the changes to expand discrimination protections for American LGBTQ communities. He told reporters, "We think it's the right thing to do." The U.S. Supreme Court extended workplace protections for the LGBTQ community in a ruling last summer, but advocacy groups such as the National Women's Law Center said the language granting those protections are still not spelled out in federal laws. Congressman David Cicilline, who introduced the bill in the House, said it would provide protections in employment, education, credit, jury service, federal funding, housing, and public accommodations. The bill faces considerably more uncertainty in the Senate, where Democrats hold a one-vote advantage. They would need, however, several Republicans to vote in favor of the bill to invoke cloture and end a GOP-led filibuster. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, that's our number. Underway on a Friday, TGIF. All right, real quick, hang on there just a moment, Dean. It's Friday, and we gotta announce our winners. It's week number 5 of our big giveaway, grand prize, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset, and this works by email. If your email is jollygrn1955 at somethingorother.com. I have a sneaky suspicion by that email that's probably Jolly Green Giant, who's been calling in recent weeks. So, yeah, Jolly Green 1955. Second place, we call it the runner-up. It's still a $175 value, is our Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. Now, we're going to treat the big truck. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stick Shit Eliminator, 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. If your email is Truckerman19013, Truckerman19013 at whatever it would be, you are the winner of our Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. Congratulations. They'll be in contact with you via email, and they'll get your prizes shipped right out to you. All right. Well, Dean, so your computer decided it was a good time to do an update.
Yeah, wonderful thing, isn't it? Wonderful thing. I'm calling in now on my cell, so I hope it doesn't kick out too much. If it does, the computer update should be done sometime soon.
Really? So
I gave up on waiting for it.
It's actually still doing. Okay. Well, that's a pretty lengthy update, ain't it?
Still doing it.
Wow. Yeah.
I know. And I was early, too. I was about 15 minutes early. I sat down at the computer, and I know I used the computer to call in, so I said, yeah, it said it needed an update. I was like, I was only take a couple minutes. I'll click that so nothing goes wrong during the show. And it's still doing the update. So it wasn't a bright thing to do.
Wow. Okay.
But anyways, sorry I'm late, but I'm here.
Hey, you're here, and it's Friday.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's good to have you with us back. Back with our new gig. How do you like our surroundings here, Dean? It's cool that you can actually watch what's going on behind the scenes now, huh?
I know, that's pretty neat. Yeah. Did anybody ever tell you have a face for radio? Just kidding.
I've heard that on a number of occasions.
I'm just joshing, brother.
I know you're.
I'm just joshing.
Well, let's start things off, Dean. Many from our previous audience would know who you are, and we've definitely got new folks that are coming on, new people that are finding us. Of course, Hot Shot Secret's been around for a number of years, and they had thousands of people that are now being introduced to this program via their social media and their website and whatnot. So for those who may not know, tell us who Dean Michael is and how you became the tax doctor and what you can do.
Well, I'm the CEO and founder of Tax Help MD. We specialize in helping people that have fallen behind on their taxes. Maybe they haven't filed for many years, or they have a big tax balance that they haven't paid for years. IRS is knocking at their door, trying to levy their bank accounts, garnish their wages, seize their property. That's when you call us. We specialize in helping individuals, especially truck drivers, in that particular situation. Fortunately for us, we've been able to help literally hundreds and hundreds of truck drivers nationwide, thanks to your show over the many years we've been doing this. So I'm really happy about that. I've made a lot of friends out of it, and met a lot of people. Had a lot of fun on those cruises we went on before.
Yeah,
got to meet a lot of people there and gamble a lot of money and have fun. So I'm happy to have the opportunity to help people as much as we can.
So a little background on yourself. You kind of have a personal experience with getting behind on taxes. Tell people what you did back in the days gone by.
Well, that's exactly what got me in this business many years ago. When I was a youngster, and it was many years ago, I didn't file my taxes for about 10 years. And when you don't file and you have 1099 income, IRS will do what's called a substitute filed return, or an SFR. And that's where they file in your place, and they don't file you in your favor. They don't take into consideration any exemptions, tax write-offs, anything like that. They file the entire amount that's showing on the 1099, put you in the highest tax bracket possible, and then add on a whole bunch of penalties and assessments, come up with this big erroneous figure that they claim you owe. And until you prove them wrong, you do owe that amount of money. Well, they said that I owed something like $75,000. And, I was hiding around every corner thinking, I'm probably perfect candidate I'd be looking for now, where you bury your head in the sand, pretend it's not there, and say, oh, there's bigger fish out there to fry. They're not going to come after me. But every week when the paycheck was coming in, I was always worried if it was still going to be in the bank account or not. And finally, they started levying everything I had. So they forced me to get help. I didn't have any choice. And once everything was all said and done, I found a local company back then. It was, like I said, a long time ago. And after everything was said and done, I didn't owe $75,000. I only had to pay like $900, and the whole thing was done. So I was pretty happy with the outcome, but at the same time, I was kicking myself in the butt for letting it hang over my head for 10 years, and things, what everybody does when the IRS is after them, it seems to be, because I've dealt with literally thousands of people over the years that have done the same exact thing. And it was back then that I thought to myself, I couldn't be the only one making these kinds of mistakes. And when I did the research, I found out 1 out of every 3 people in our country have a tax problem. So I surrounded myself with CPAs, tax attorneys, enrolled agents, learned everything I could about the business, opened up my first corporation way back then. Now, after 28 years, I now train CPAs, tax attorneys, and enrolled agents how to do this. So it's something that can only be learned through experience. It's not something they teach in lawyers, and they don't teach the tax lawyers how to do it. They don't teach it in CPA school. It's only something that can be learned through experience itself. So I pride myself on that, and I have an excellent team behind me. I wish I could say that I fly around with a big red cape and handle everything all on my own, but that would be literally impossible.
Correct.
I have great teams there to take care of everything for us, and we've got a lot of happy clients because of it.
So a little background on who we're talking to here. Dean Michael. Now, Dean's based out of Florida, correct?
Exactly, West Palm Beach.
So all your snow's melted away by now, hasn't it?
We don't have any snow, brother. No snow at all that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
Matter
brother.
of fact, this morning I jumped out of an airplane, a perfectly good airplane I jumped out of for the first time ever. I did a skydiving thing this morning, and it was nice and warm up there too. But it was pretty scary coming down to the ground, I'll tell you.
All right, you're the speed demon, the daredevil, and whatnot. I know, but why would you jump out of a perfectly good plane?
It was it's something I had on my bucket list. I'm getting up in age, Steve, so I had to get it off there. And I tell you what, I'm not happy. I don't know if I'd go and do it again.
Really?
But it's something I definitely checked off.
Okay, well,
it was an experience. It was definitely an experience. I barely could breathe at all. We were going down so fast. You go up 10,000 feet and you fall at 120 miles per hour. So you're gasping for air the way down.
Well, good luck with that. Well, so, okay, when it comes to taxes, we're into the month or almost into March, and here in short order, we'll be talking about tax filing deadlines. Right now, I guess, is the time of year when things are really getting busy and cooking with people handling tax returns, people like your business.
Right.
Anything new in 2021 or?
Not so much yet. Everything's still up in the air, but I have a lot of the returning clients that have come from your show as well that are already sending me all their stuff. And, as you know, we've talked about this before, what makes us different from, the other companies out there that you may hear on the radio or see on TV where they're promising to settle your taxes for pennies on the dollar. We start out every case by doing what's called a tax investigation. So we contact the IRS on your behalf. We order all the transcripts on your account, find out exactly what's going on, what years have been filed, what hasn't been filed, what they've assessed you with, and even what they plan on doing as far as collections against you. And once we've gotten that blueprint of your case, we contact you back. It's usually within 24 to 48 hours, and go over exactly what can be done for you and how we can help. That way we're dealing in facts, not fiction. Now, normally we charge $499 to do that, but anybody that calls in during the show or that listens to the podcast, you can call in at 888-557-4020. You can request your free tax investigation. And so there's absolutely no obligation. You can find out exactly what can be done for you and save yourself $500 at the same time.
Okay, so I'm typing as we speak. Give me that number again, because I'm gonna share this to all the social media lines. It's 888
557-4020.
4020.
Of course, you can always go to and you can always go to taxhelpmd.com.
Okay. All right. For all the people that are out there via YouTube or Facebook, I put Tax Help MD and I put the toll-free number there if they want to. Now, a lot of in the past, you'd have people available to take calls, like even during the show. Do you have that going on, or do you just call later today? Or?
We do. No, we do have that available now. So if anybody wants to call in now and ask some questions, you can call it in at that same number, 888-557-4020. We have people on standby now. Basically, to do the free tax investigation, they'll just take down some basic information, email you or fax you out some documents that need to be signed so that we can get the authorization to get your transcripts. Once we get those back from you, it only takes like 24 to 48 hours to get everything from the IRS and we're calling you back, telling you exactly what can be done to help. So it's a good reason to, stop having this hang over your head like a dark cloud and, grab the bull by the horns, get it done, so to speak.
So you mentioned 1 in 3 people in this country have tax issues. Is it not filing their taxes for whatever reason, or what's the biggest issue they have?
I think what happens, and it's kind of the same thing that happened to me, is in one year you end up owing money that you can't pay. And so, and it's not a whole bunch, but it's still something you can't pay and you don't do anything about it. And then the next year rolls around and you're thinking, well, I owe money for last year, so why file this year? There's no point. Once I get around and take care of that, then I'll file this. And it just becomes a big snowball effect. Like I said, they're burying their head in the sand, pretending it's not there. Unfortunately, the IRS doesn't forget about you. They have 10 years to collect the debt. That 10-year statute is something that we use quite a bit to, prevent people from getting collected upon and to get rid of the debt completely. We can talk about that during the show as well. There are programs out there, where these other companies are promising to settle for pennies on the dollar types of things. There are programs that can do that, but the programs that we use most often are much better because they solely rely on math. And as long as I can prove it on paper, I can get it done. It's not up to the sole discretion of one person at the IRS on whether or not they want to give you a settlement. So we can talk about the parameters of that and the equations that's used to figure those out and who qualifies for that later in the show if you'd like. Okay.
Now, a lot of people, of course, have been unemployed due to the pandemic with the COVID and whatnot. So I think along that line, real quick, if you have income and if you haven't lost your job, you can't just say, I can't pay. It's based on what you're bringing in, right? You're only allowed to claim so much that they can't take your money for your mortgage payment and essential needs, correct?
Precisely. It goes something like this. IRS takes into consideration what they call absolute necessary living expenses. Now, what they call absolute necessary living expenses and what you and I may call absolute necessary living expenses are two different things.
Okay.
They only take into consideration what you need to live, breathe, eat, and work. So, they take care of miscellaneous, roof over your head, transportation, medical. That's it. They don't care if you're paying credit card bills or little Timmy's going to piano lessons or Susie needs braces or anything like that. They don't take into consideration of any of that. They take the total household income. They subtract those absolute necessary living expenses. And whatever's left over is called your NDI, your net disposable income. Many of the Americans out there nowadays that are laid off, unemployed, at the end of the month, they're showing a negative NDI. They don't have enough to cover all their bills. And if we can prove that on paper, you would qualify for a program called Currently Not Collectible. Now, it doesn't make your debt go away right now, but what it does do is it stops them from moving forward with any type of enforced collection activity, like the bank levies, wage garnishments, property seizures. And it makes it so that you're not required to send in a monthly payment to the IRS for as long as you're in the same financial situation you're in right now. And you can literally ride that out year after year until the collection statute expires on the debt and pay zero of your debt. So it's even better than the settlement.
All right. Well, so around the country, if you want to have a question for Dean, we had a caller. He just dropped off. I guess he lost his cell. Give us a ring back up there. It's 844-3388. Of course, if you want to get like the tax investigation thing underway, if you're one of those who hasn't filed for whatever reason, it could be a year. It could be numerous years. And again, when you don't file your taxes, if you're a W-2 employee, the IRS pretty much just takes your W-2 and eventually they're going to send you a bill, right? A lot of people say, well, I didn't file and it's been 3 years and I haven't heard from them. They do eventually catch up with you, don't they, Dean?
They normally catch up with you 3 years later, as a matter of fact. And if you do anything hinky on a tax return and, you got away with it last year and you figure to do it again this year, you can probably get away with it again this year. But they don't catch anything until 2-3 years down the road. And once they do, then, they back it up. So, if you haven't filed, like we talked about earlier, and you got 1099 income, they'll go ahead and they'll file it for you 3 years after it was due. If you have W-2 income, you only have 3 years to collect your refund. So if you owe them, they have 10 years to collect from you. If they owe you, you only have 3 years. So if you think you're, stacking up money for your retirement by not filing your W-2s, your W-2 returns, and you think you're going to file them all at one time and keep all the refunds, that's just not going to happen. You only have 3 years to collect it. Anything after that is in the wind.
Isn't that something? So you can only collect if you actually didn't file and were owed a refund. Yeah, 3 years, they get to keep it. It's all theirs, huh?
Exactly. It no longer exists.
Oh, boy. All right. So don't be sitting on your hands. All right. Let me see who we got on the line here. We got this automated screening thing, as you know, Dean, and sometimes it doesn't understand what people are saying. But somebody wants to talk to you. Who's on the line here?
Steve?
Yep, that would be. Who we got?
This is Steve.
Oh,
How are you?
Steve. Oh, okay. You had me confused there. Steve, I'm talking to Steve. Well, I got you on with Dean Michael, the tax doctor. Steve, what's happening?
Nothing much. Just driving down the highway. Good night tonight.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Dean, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, brother. Yourself?
Pretty good. Good to talk to you again. Just wanted to give you and your staff a shout out, man, for helping me with my taxes over the last 4 or 5 years. Finally got that off my back. Got my payment plan set up yesterday morning with payroll. So got the ball rolling. There was a few hiccups during the pandemic, but we finally got it all accomplished. So
that's fantastic. I'm glad we're able to help.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Russell, and I told Hope I'd give her a shout out on the radio, man. She did a fantastic job, answering emails and calls, and you guys did a really great job for me. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I love hearing that stuff. You mentioned during the pandemic there were some issues that the IRS being closed really made it difficult for us to do anything for anybody at that point, So unfortunately, it put everybody on hold, and it made it was really impossible even to bring in any new clients because nobody really wanted to work on anything if the IRS wasn't coming after them. So, and even still now, even after, COBRA's kind of a little bit gone away, according to IRS, they're a little bit open. There's still truckloads of mail outside their offices that haven't even been opened yet. So they're still way behind. They're still running on a skeleton crew, and hopefully it picks up soon.
Yeah, you're not joking about that because there was an issue getting my payment plan set up with the IRS. First of all, Hope was having a hard time contacting them. I mean, she'd be on hold for an hour, with them, and one of the reasons was they had said one of my tax it in, but I guess it was on a truck, and was sitting out there for like 6 months.
Wow.
And they never got to it. So she ended up having to resend it the other day to get my payroll, my payment plan approved. So she took care of that for me, which was great. Because
we
I was just kind of
do a lot of extra work
them,
like that.
Yeah, I was just kind of worried about them. Coming, like you said, coming after your bank account.
Right. And that didn't happen to you?
No, thank God.
Good.
But I was one day when my bank account would be frozen. You know what I'm saying? So,
right.
I'm glad that's all behind me, brother.
Me too.
That's
and
what it's all about,
glad
right?
It's all been taken care of. That's what we do this for. This is what we get up in the morning for.
Yep. All right. Well, it was
I want to
great
thank you very much
Steve.
for calling in and giving the kudos, brother.
Yep. Take care. Bye, Steve.
Thank
Take
you
care.
much, Steve. And I got your message. I printed that story up. We'll get to later on this morning. The whole the MSNBC contributor thing is like, what the hell? That's a crazy story. So yeah, people can send us messages as well, like a text message at the same number you called in on, the 844-844-3388. All right, so let me flip over. Let me see. I think let's head to the land down under. And first of all, Sylvester, or Dean, which is his real name. Dean is on with Dean. Thank you for the care package. I got these the bumbles, the honeycombs. That looks pretty good.
Yeah, make sure I got the dark chocolate ones. Not the milk chocolate for those. And I will tell you that dark chocolate rum and raisin is my favorite chocolate that exists on the face of the earth.
Oh boy, I haven't tried it yet.
It is
okay.
so good. Yeah. It's good stuff, man. Good stuff. Well, I felt bad for you one day. I was sitting here with you because I sent a photo to you about some food that I'd cooked. You said, "Oh, I'm sitting here at 3 o'clock
hungry,
in the morning and I'm dying of hunger." And I said, "Oh, poor guy. Oh, I know what I'll do." So all of those are typical Australian chocolates. Now the Mars bars I sent, those are very different to what you get in the U.S. When you taste that, see, there's no high fructose corn syrup in these. These are just full on heavy duty Aussie cane sugar, man. And it's not sugar beet either. It's cane sugar.
Okay.
And this, oh man, this is good stuff.
I wonder. I tried.
Anyway,
I already had one of those.
apologize.
I wondered what the difference was, but yeah. So I don't even know if those are still available here. I used to get Mars bars all the time, but I hadn't seen one in a while. So
Yeah, so I remember growing up seeing Mars bars, but I haven't seen them for, like you said, for probably 30 years, maybe 40 years.
Wow.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's not
Anyway,
what you called about. Yeah,
Okay.
you called to talk to Dean. Apparently, you've had some interaction with Dean somewhere down the line.
Yes. Back in the early days. So we started doing work with you in 2013 and finally got everything that it took 2 and a part years, almost 3 years to actually get everything taken care of. We didn't get the agreement until 2016, but it did. It took more than 2 years to get that done. But the nice thing was, help me out if this is still true, but from when we actually when you do the filing, that's when things stop. Is that correct?
No, when we submit the power of attorney, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
When we request what's called a collections hold, which prevents them from doing any type of enforced collections like bank levies, wage garnishments, property seizures. And we continue to keep doing that. Normally they're only good for anywhere between 30, 60, 90 days. And we continue to keep doing those and getting those throughout the entire time that we're handling your case so that you don't have to worry about that happening. So I would hope that during that whole time you weren't collected upon it anyway, right?
No, they did not. They did. Well, we actually tried to preempt it. There was this for those who were in the trucking industry back in 2008, you will attest to this. It was crap. I remember 34-hour restarts between every load. It was bad, really, really bad. And because of that, we're just surviving. The truck were having breakdowns and things like that. I had to pay for that. And so 2008 was where it all started. And you get back, like you said, you just hope that you can catch up, and you never do. So
right.
We ended up filing 2008, 2009, 2010, I think it was, and we went from there. But what you managed to do for us was you managed to actually get us some breathing room and allowed us to get caught up. And we did get caught up. We filed on time every year after that. We didn't have any other issues after that. And I worked with, I think it was Daniel at the time. Your lovely bride actually helped as well. And of course, Dean, you did as well. And, I cannot tell you how much we appreciate, or I appreciate, because I'm no longer with the person that I filed with, so that's another story. All right. But yeah, look, you did amazing work for us. Now, so I have a question for you. Dean, I no longer live in Australia. I no longer live in the States. I'm now living in Australia. I have continued to pay my, what I owed, done my payment plan. My question is this: it is a burden for me to try to continue to pay this. I mean, I will if I have to. We're going on to 5 years into it. Is there any possibility of? And I have no intention of moving back to the U.S. because I have, family here. Do you think there would be any chance of them, wiping the slate clean and saying, that it's not collectible any longer? Or what do you think?
What years did you say we're talking about? You're talking about 8, 9, and 10? Were those the only years that had balances?
No, it's 8, 9, 10. I think that was it. It might have been 11 as well. I can't remember.
All right. So let's say 10 or 11 is the last year that you had a balance to. We had to have filed it in, 13 you said? We started in 2013 or 2012?
Yep. I'm pretty
sure. So if we filed it in 13, your last debt's about to expire coming up in 2023 anyways. So, rather than paint yourself into a corner and not pay them and, stay in Australia.
Oh, no. I'm happy to continue with it. I'm happy to continue with the payment plan. It's just, it is a pain because I've got to transfer money and, into the U.S. and I
understand. The whole thing about, if we request some type of a settlement offer or a lump sum payoff, whatever it is, the whole time that they're reviewing it, your collection clock stops ticking. And once we submit those forms, and we don't want the collections clock to stop ticking because we want this to run out. That's the whole idea behind it. Now, are you making a full payment on it, or did we set it up to where you're only making, a partial payment where you're paying much less than what you normally would?
Yeah, we made a settlement. We had a settlement amount. And I'm paying a flat rate every month. I don't know how to answer that question without giving too much
information. All right, so the flat rate every month is probably a lot less than what it would be if it was on a typical payment plan.
Yeah.
All right. So it's called a partial pay installment agreement, to where you're paying a fraction of what you normally would every month, and you pay that until the collection statute on the debt falls off. And that's the whole idea behind it. And in the end, you end up paying a fraction of what you owe. So it's not much different from the settlement deal, only it takes a little bit longer to do it. So in 2023, your debt's going to fall off depending on what month they process those returns, and you'll have nothing to worry about there anyways. So if you wanted to, even you could stop paying this off because you're in Australia. There's nothing they can do to you unless you're still using U.S. banks that they can get money out of. And so if you wanted to, you could stop paying them, and it's going to run out in 2 years anyways.
Well, I don't want to do that. I mean, I want to do the right thing. I'm not. That's why why I did this in the first place. But the other thing was, so now the ex-wife is she's still over there. She's not over here. I know this sounds weird, but I don't really want it to affect her negatively because I hold no will toward her. But is there any way that I can make that doesn't affect her, or do I just keep on doing what I'm doing, just keep paying it until it expires, or what should I do?
And then you guys were married filing joint when we filed those returns, so it's her debt too. Okay.
Yep.
So so it's just much hers as it is yours.
Except in the divorce decree, they said that I would accept. Yeah, I didn't think it did because I kind of chuckled when I saw that. I'm thinking, you think. But anyway, of course I didn't say anything at the time. But
right. Yeah, the divorce decree can say anything it wants. It doesn't matter. The IRS will go after whoever they can to get the money. So divorce decree is out of play when it comes to the safety net of anyway. So if she's making money, she's in the States. You stop paying. By the time they figure out, you stop paying and they default the agreement you're on, then they're going to have to find her and figure out what's going on with her if she has the ability to pay. And but they will. They'll look into that. If they can't find you, they'll look for her. How quickly will they do it? I don't know. Especially with this COVID stuff going on, they're real slow to do anything. Still to this day, the only people that are really working at the IRS are revenue officers, and they're working from home. So they don't have any managers overlooking them. They're out to collect as much as they possibly can, and they're really playing some nasty games. But all in all, you really don't have much more to wait on this. It's almost gone. If we did everything in 13, you're almost done with it. And that had to have been the whole thing that took so long to get it going to begin with, because, we can't negotiate anything until you're filed up to date. So one thing we have to do is file everything up to date, otherwise they just tell you to talk to the hand. You have to be in full compliance. So once you get that done, then you can start moving forward with the negotiations. And unfortunately, sometimes there's a big gap there from when you come on board. We've got to get everything prepared. That doesn't take too long, as long as we get all the documents relatively quick. But then we have to wait for the IRS to process everything. And they take their own sweet time. And unfortunately, there's no way to light a fire under them to make them work any faster. We're kind of at their mercy at that point. But after that point, then we can start negotiating and things start moving along okay. Unfortunately, most cases, if it's a serious case and it involves several years, you're looking at a year or two down the road before everything's all said and done. I always tell everybody, you didn't get into this mess overnight. It's certainly not going to go away overnight.
Right.
It's going to take some time to get rid of it. But if they stick with us, we're going to get it done right, and you'll be happy once it's all said and done.
Yeah. So at this point, basically just cool my jets. See, that's an Australian. You say that, cool your jets.
Right, gotcha. All right.
Just relax, calm down, just let it happen. Okay. All right. Yeah, we can.
It's going to fall off anyways. If you want to give me a call during the day sometime, I can tell you exactly what date your debt's going to statute out, and that way you'll have an end date and know what you're looking forward to.
Yep. Dean, I want to point out to you that currently my time is 5:38 p.m. So on Friday. So calling you.
You're ready to go out and let the games begin.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I've already taken a nap this afternoon because I got done with work at 2:00 today. So, and I'm exhausted, man.
Wow.
So, all right, brother. Look, Steve.
Yes.
Fantastic show, man. You see, this is the kind of thing that you do. You provide this kind of very useful, helpful information to this industry and the people that are in it. You're invaluable, and I cannot express to you how much I appreciate you, sir.
Thank you so much. You got it, Sylvester. There you go. All right, let's get a quick time out here. By the way, if you want to get your tax investigation, normally, what's that, a $400 charge, something like that, you can call right now, the 888
$499.
$500. It's 888-557
exactly.
4020. Dean's got people standing by, so if you're one of those, and Dean, I actually spoke to none other than Doc Holliday here a couple of days ago, and he heard me mention that you were going to be on this morning, and he said, "Well, I'll just tell people right now, I owed like $100,000 or something like that," and he said, you got him all set up on a plan and whatnot, so." Yeah, he checked in from the casino the other night, Dean. He had as he put it, a bad night. He said, I kept going over to that ATM, and he was $2,800 in at the blackjack table. He said, but he got a nice free dinner, and he got a free hotel room for the night. How about that?
There you go. I think a lot of us have been there. Going to the ATM way too much.
All right. You want to check in with Dean here on a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdoc.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back with Dean Michaels, a.k.a. the Tax Doctor. And if you missed it earlier, website is simply Tax Help MD, as in Dr. TaxHelpMD.com. And you can get Dean's got a lot of resources, a lot of questions that can be answered on the website. And it's great to have you with us here this morning, Dean. Glad to have you with us on our new platform.
Thank you, brother.
Yes. All right, let me jump down.
Fantastic. I'm loving it. Looks like you got a lot of new listeners.
We do have some new listeners, yes. Well, this isn't a new listener. This guy's been around for a while.
Well, you know, Dean.
What's going on, brother? Long time no see.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But I just want to say, you need help, call Dean. He helped me. And, he's saying it takes a year or two. Well, it didn't take long once you got everything rolling with mine. But if you got all the paperwork and everything, it goes quick. Didn't get the result I really wanted, but hey, that's not Dean's fault. He done everything he could to help me. Got me a little bit of a break.
I appreciate that.
But like I said, definitely give him a call and he'll do what he can for you. And his wife's great. They said, got me all caught up. And like you said, you can't hide from the IRS. You're able to hide from a lot of other people, but for some reason they can find you pretty damn easy.
Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? Well, it's certainly nice seeing you the other day, man.
Yeah. I hate it. I ain't back down there now. It's 31 degrees up here now.
Is it?
Yeah, in Indiana.
It's nice and warm out here. Yeah, you tell me about all the cold out around.
Yeah. It's winter time, but we'll get summer back here before long, or at least spring, maybe. But
I hope you can ride the bike down here then.
Yeah, hopefully. I need to put some miles on it one of these days. But
Hey, Dean, when he called in the other night, he said he said he got to go out and have like a steak dinner at the Outback Steakhouse. Yeah, who got to foot the tab on that? Did you go Dutch or did he pick up the tab?
No, I think I got it. I'm pretty sure I got it. Least I could do. He drove all this way.
Yeah, I know.
So we didn't get to visit as long as we wanted to, but it was at least a good dinner.
He bought, but I'll get next time, Hey,
there you go. No worries. No worries there.
Maybe next time we get down here and stay a little bit longer. We'll find some. I can't eat seafood. That's what sucks. I'll find that out.
Yeah, you told me about that shellfish thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you gonna do any cruises anytime soon?
Right now scheduled. Oh.
Go ahead. I mean, he's got something scheduled. I don't know when they're going to go back to cruising, Dean.
Yeah. I know. He said he's going to Alaska, I think. Right?
Australia.
Australia. I'm sorry. It begins with an A. You know, I was close.
Now there won't. Right now, for the foreseeable future, there won't be any Alaska cruises because you can't stop in Canada, and you've got to stop. You got to make a stop in a foreign country prior to coming back to the States. You know, so there won't be any Alaska cruises at all.
I see.
So, but there's no cruises until after May 31st now. So.
When's your schedule at?
I don't know. December 27th out of Sydney,
Oh,
Australia.
it's a ways away still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And what port are you coming out of it?
Back to cruising. It's Sydney. I'm not sure exactly what. I don't know the whole details on it.
No, I mean to start out, you got to start out some port here. What port are you starting in the U.S.?
No, I'm flying to Sydney, leaving out of Sydney.
Oh, no
back
kidding.
To Sydney and fly home. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought they started here and you went out to Australia. I didn't know it was out there. All right. I got you.
They've got 2 ships stationed over there right now. They got the Splendor and the Spirit, I think, are the 2 ships that are over there.
I got you. All right.
Now I want to do one, back out of Florida again. But, I keep getting all the offers, but I'm not going to book another one until they see what's going on. And plus, if they're going to take and make you have a reservation to go to the casino, well, that ain't going to work for me because that's where I spend the whole time. I ain't got no place to go.
Yeah.
If they're going to give me free drinks in the casino, heck, where am I going to stay?
Yeah, right. Yeah, if they only let you hang it in the casino, that's all these new requirements. You got to make a reservation for dinner. You got to make a reservation for the casino, and if obviously that means you're going to have a limited amount of time in the casino because other people have reservations. So, all right, you've been here for your 90 minutes. You got to get out of the casino because Joe's coming in now. That really sucks.
Yeah, just when you're on a roll.
Yeah,
right. Just when you're getting your roll on.
I said the same thing the other night. I said, "Well, what if you're way up at a table and you're on a roll and they say up time's up?" He's like, "What the?" Oh my!
Exactly. That's not going to fly.
Let's move over to.
That's not going to fly at all.
Got Buckeye Boy on the line. Got you on with Dean here. Buckeye Boy, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Doing well.
Good. I'm really glad you're back on the air. We were really lost without you on the air for a while. I kept telling all my friends, I said, man, I can't get no good weather reports. It's like, geez. So I did have a question for Dean. My stepson owns a very, very successful business. And in 2019, him and his wife filed their taxes. They got the electronic, confirmation. We have an accountant that does all of our stuff. And so all through 2020, he kept waiting for his tax return, which was pretty substantial. Never got it. So later in 2020, he finally got a hold of somebody. And they said, well, at first they said they didn't, it was being held up or something, whatever. Then all of a sudden they say, well, we never got it. Uh-oh. Even though we had the confirmation that it was received. So then they resent everything to him and they're still telling him that they never got it. And I remember, from earlier conversation Dean was having that you've only got 3 years to get your money.
Yeah.
And I wanted to find out if there was something, because he's talked to a tax attorney up, we live in Atlanta, and he's talked to tax specialists, the accountant has been dealing with the IRS, and we're not getting any good results. I mean, they're just stalling us. And I mean, we're talking, this is over a $20,000 return.
Wow.
And he just don't know what to do. He's at a loss for words. And I thought, well, hey, I'll give Dean a call and see if there's something he can do, and I can turn my stepson on to him and see what they can do for him.
Well, I tell you what, I wish I had a magic wand to fix that, but unfortunately, IRS is famous for losing returns. They lose them all the time. And when they do, they never accept blame for losing them. They never do. I mean, I've been sitting on the phone with them, and I have my clients there in the office, and we have, signed return receipts for 5 years of returns. And the IRS has lost them all. They don't have any of them. And I asked them, I said, I understand you're human. You can make a mistake. Maybe you lose one return here, but how do you lose 5 years in a row? Where did that go?
Exactly.
But they don't have any answers, and they absolutely refuse to accept blame for it. And when I said that we have signed receipts here, that they got the envelopes, their answer was, well, maybe we signed for blank envelopes. Maybe there was nothing there. Well, yeah, I'm in the habit of sending out certified mail with blank envelopes.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
But that's you're just going to bang your head against the wall until it actually gets processed. And unfortunately, like we said earlier, we're talking about how there's a bunch of mail sitting out in trucks. Yours were done electronically, right?
Yes.
You had a confirmation number. The sad part is they just lose it. They say they never went through, the transmission never happened, and then the CPA is the one that looks bad. We've had that happen several times over the years. Mm-hmm.
Well, plus he's getting, the delinquent notices now, saying that he never filed his taxes. And I'm like, well, geez, he's got the return, he's got the acceptance number and all that. So,
yeah, the only thing you can do is keep sending it in until they accept it, and hopefully it's one of those times where it's on a good day. That's all you can do. Like I said, I wish I had a magic wand that would make it all better, but in that particular case, there's just no way to make up for the incompetence over there. And it's getting worse since the COVID. There's a bunch of green peas working there now. All the seniors have already retired. So it's becoming a worse situation over there. If you want to call them and get answers, they're not going to give you any. They don't know themselves. So
no,
I wish
don't.
I had a magical answer for you, brother, that could, help you out. But unfortunately, I've banged my head against that wall too many times over the years, and I've already given up hope on that. I just keep on resubmitting it until it finally gets accepted.
All right. Well, I'll give him that advice, and I appreciate you letting me know that.
Best I can do, brother. Sorry I didn't have some more magic for you.
Well, that's okay. All right, Steve, have a good night. I just got parked for the night, so I'm on my way to the West Coast, and sounds like I'm going to be hitting some weather in Texas tomorrow.
Rain, maybe some heavy rain, but yeah, that's better than last week where you had been hitting snow and ice, right? All right, have a safe trip there. Thank you so much, Buckeye Boy. Appreciate you checking in. Let me see. Get to the cool breeze just ahead here. Looks like Jose is that the correct name, Jose? Yeah, we got somebody on the line. It says somebody talking about the current payment for the IRS. All right. Who we got on the line?
Yeah, Steve, this is Vic. I kind of butchered up your... I guess you're, as they say, chief cook and bottle washer now. Whenever you answer, you have to do the whole automated thing and let the computer know what your name and all that I was used to as a producer getting. So
well,
I enjoy your show.
Yeah, we haven't heard from you in like forever and ever, Vic. We wondered if you had found the show again, if you knew we were here, and so you haven't checked in yet.
No. Well, actually, I found it here. No, Hot Shot Secret sent me an email. Oh gosh, I don't know when, saying that they were going to be sponsoring you. And then I had some other stuff come up. Basically, the HOA and I are having a disagreement over an easement. They're trying to tell me that an easement applies. Well, anyway, it's in court right now, so I'm getting that all hassled out, and had to get a new lawyer since I'd moved. But before I go into all that, I'm glad that to see your show back on again, and hopefully you'll get things going. I tried to subscribe on the YouTube there to increase your subscribers. I don't know if I got that down right or not, but real quickly, since I know other people are probably wanting to talk to Dean, but I've had kind of a problem with IRS over the years. The they seem to eternally audit me. And they're saying they can't give me my, what they call it, the stimulus payment. They sent one to my wife because they're still looking for information, or they don't have sufficient information or something along that line. So Dean has kind of answered this in some ways, because I didn't realize that the IRS had shut down basically for the last year or so and trying to catch up. So basically my question is if they are doing some type of audit or investigation or something, does he know if that will hold up the stimulus payment? That's the number one question. And
it's not supposed to. It's not supposed to hold up. You can have a tax debt and everything, as long as you've got you had 18 filed for the first stimulus check, 19 filed for the second stimulus check. As long as you had those 2 years filed, then you shouldn't have any issues at all.
Okay, well, that was the odd part about it. I have them all, everything filed, and they sent me a notice telling me that I didn't owe anything. So my next question is this: should I even mess with the IRS or just get a hold of a representative and, my federal representative, who happens to be Andre Carson, and just tell him the episode that I'm having, because I don't know how many other people might be having that episode. So not to put you on the spot, but when you were talking to the other person, talking about how IRS is always trying to escape responsibility, should I just bypass IRS and go right on to my representative?
I would. You're not going to find any answers about your stimulus check over there, to be honest with you. Yeah, there have been others that have contacted the IRS when a stimulus check was actually sent to like an old bank account or something like that. There was some number that they needed to call in, and when they did that, they actually sent them a paper check. So you might want to check to see if maybe it was sent to if you got a notice saying that it was sent to an old bank account or something like that you no longer have. That could very well be. And if that's the case, then it's a quick fix. If it's for any other reason, then you're not going to be able to really find any answers, because they're going to be as dumbfounded as you are.
Oh, okay. Well, I have an IRS account, which they let me know that I checked in on that. So I'm going to do that, double check on that, double check my bank account, because they sent a debit card to my wife. And this particular payment is $600. Not that I'm particularly plush, but that doesn't concern me. But if they're going to start sending more payments, then that is going to start concerning me. So anyway, Dean, I'll get off here and let you talk to some people that have more serious problems. But you did give me some information there that I can't believe the IRS is having truckloads of mail backed up. I mean, it never ceases to surprise me. And Steve, I'll be checking in from time. And Steve, I'll be checking in from time to time, and I'll let you get on here and talk to some other people. Man.
All righty. Thank you so much there, old Vic. Yeah, didn't know if he was ever going to check in again. All right, with that, we've got to get a top-of-the-hour news update. Dean, going to hang around with us a bit longer as we roll into a Friday. It is 844-3388 if you'd like to chime in this morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has ordered an airstrike in Syria along the border with Iraq, targeting infrastructure that's utilized by Iranian-backed militant groups. The Pentagon said the U.S. military airstrike in eastern Syria was in retaliation for the deadly rocket attack in Iraq last week that killed a coalition contractor and wounded several Americans. The strike targeted buildings used by the Iranian-backed militias that in the past have targeted American facilities in Iraq. There's been another new variant detected of the coronavirus in New York City. Pfizer and Moderna are already modifying vaccines to target the South African variant. And both companies are also testing a third booster shot of the original formula to see if it will offer more protection against the virus and its variants. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Men, John Jubilee with Energize Health. And I want to just talk to you man to man for a moment. 1/3 of men 50 and over suffer with high blood pressure. That high blood pressure medication has a horrible side effect, worse than death. erectile dysfunction. And it's brutal, but let's just talk about it medically. We have had thousands of people completely reverse diabetes, high blood pressure, irritable bowel syndrome, yes, and ED, raise their testosterone 500 points naturally through the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Men, if you're intelligent, you're skeptical. I want you to be skeptical. But go log on to our website, energizehealth.com. Click that red button, watch a masterclass, and then watch thousands of men just like you who reversed every single issue that I just mentioned. I don't make a claim. My clients make a claim. EnergizeHealth.com.
The White House is speaking out about the controversy over New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, here's Tim Berg.
New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is again calling for an investigation into allegations lodged against Governor Andrew Cuomo. This time it's for sexual harassment claims from a former Cuomo aide. Lindsey Boylan making the detailed accusations that Cuomo sexually harassed her in an essay yesterday. The White House agrees with de Blasio. Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
When a person comes forward, they deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Their voice should be heard, not silenced.
Jennifer Granholm took the oath of office to become President Biden's energy secretary. Vice President Kamala Harris conducted the swearing-in ceremony just hours after the Senate voted 64-35 in favor of her confirmation. She became the first female governor of Michigan in 2002. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about My Pillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a My Pillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The House has passed one of President Biden's top legislative priorities, a bill that would extend protections against discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. The bill, called the Equality Act, or House Resolution 5, was approved 224-206 in a floor vote. Introduced in the House and Senate last week, the proposal aims to close gaps in current federal civil rights laws to protect the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender communities. House Democratic leader Steny Hoyer of Maryland said the measure would codify into law the changes to expand discrimination protections for American LGBTQ communities. He told reporters, "We think it's the right thing to do." The U.S. Supreme Court extended workplace protections for the LGBTQ community in a ruling last summer. But advocacy groups such as the National Women's Law Center said the language granting those protections are still not spelled out in federal laws. Congressman David Cicilline, who introduced the bill in the House, said it would provide protections in employment, education, credit, jury service, federal funding, housing, and public accommodations. The bill faces considerably more uncertainty in the Senate, where Democrats hold a one-vote advantage. They would need, however, several Republicans to vote in favor of the bill to invoke cloture and end a GOP-led filibuster. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And like that, we are back on a Friday. Dean Michael is the tax doctor. My Tax Help MD. And again, that toll-free number, if you've got issues and haven't filed, whether 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, as Dean explained earlier, they can come after you for 10 years worth of back taxes. And I guess penalties and all that and interest all continue to rack up. And you can have one hell of a bill. You can start getting things resolved. Yeah, we'll call it the resolution hotline at 888-557-4020. That'll get you straight through to Dean and the authorities there at My Tax Help MD, or just Tax Help MD now, correct?
Exactly. We got rid of the My.
Got rid of the My. All right. So let me get to Cool Breeze here because he's been hanging in there for a while. And go ahead, Cool Breeze got you on with Dean Michael, the tax doctor.
Hello there, Mr. Dean, tax doctor. How you doing tonight, Steve? Friday.
Right.
Yay, Friday. I didn't. Yeah, you got that right. Everybody looking for Friday. Steve, I looked it up while I was listening in here. All the cruises will start again April 2021 is the first proposed sailing dates, and they're saying that it may stretch over into 2022, I'm sad to say. That the big top three, Norwegian, Oceania, and Regent Seven Seas cruises, we're going to try to propose sailing date April 2021 is what they're saying, but then they're saying it also may go over to 2022.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was in deep doo-doo with the IRS at one time. I was in it so bad, I actually owe it, and I'm sure you've heard higher than this, Mr. Dean, but it was a lot of money to me. I owned my own truck for a short time, almost 3 years, and I got dug in with the IRS because I was like, I don't have the money to pay the IRS, and I was operating the truck and putting the money right back in the truck, and by the end of 3 years, I owed them $36,000. And it was a huge mountain for me to get out from underneath because I had no way to get out from underneath. And at the end of that 3 years, I actually lost my truck, lost my butt, I might as well say, and I moved back to Florida to try to get a regular paycheck coming every week. And it took me 16 years to dig out from underneath of that. That's pretty amazing, huh?
Wow. That's quite a bit, quite some time.
Yep, but I'm retired.
How do you get 16 years out of it?
Well,
I for 10, brother.
Sir, what is it?
I said they can only collect for 10. How'd they get 16 years?
Well, they put the federal lien on me for 10 years, and then at the end of the 10 years, I was actually back down here in Florida and working for a reputable company, making a decent paycheck and paying in. I was paying back in, but I never did settle the $36,000 that I owed, and I just started chiseling away at it year by year. I put myself in the highest tax bracket with this company. I made some of the best money that I made. I actually worked for that company for about 13 years, and I just dug my way out of it. And at the same time, I was putting money away in my 401k. And my boss, the terminal manager at this outfit that I used to drive for that I won't mention, but they fired me after a while after that. But Steve knows who I'm talking about, but I won't mention the name of them. I don't want to give them any free advertisement. But my boss called me in one day. He says, I got a letter. He says, from the IRS. He says, I know you've been under a federal lien I've been under a federal lien for almost 10 years. I couldn't sell nothing. I couldn't sell a car or a house or nothing. Well, I just didn't have any property. I just had to stay away from any property. And he said, they're fixing to garnish your wages. And I said, really? And he says, you don't have much time either. He says, they're going to garnish your very next paycheck. And I was going to go from making $750 a week after taxes down to making $75 a week.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And they actually got that one paycheck, and that scared the hell out of me. And I was like, man, I can't do this. I just can't do this. And I took a loan out against myself against one of my 401ks, which I got back in contact with the IRS. I hadn't been in touch with them for a while. And of course, that you're exactly right. It's a huge snowball rolling downhill on you from the IRS. I mean, it just gets worse and worse and worse every day, every minute. And I borrowed money from one of my 401ks, and I paid them off, which at that time it was down to about $8,600 is what I got it down to, because all that time I was working, I was paying in more than I had to. And at the end of the year, if I got anything back, they just kept it. So I was just slowly working my way out. It took me 16 years altogether to get out. It was like I had this huge weight on my shoulders all those years. And then all of a sudden when I was over, it was like, oh man, that huge weight is off of me. It felt so good to be out from underneath of it. Oh my God, it was incredible. But I do have one more question, a real question for you, Dean. I've been retired now for 3-4 years. I was working doing like Uber and Lyft and stuff, just part-time, right? And I wasn't making a lot of money doing that. But I worked last January, January of 2020, and I was in a real serious accident at the end of January, which put me down for the rest of the year. I've just been sitting here just drawing my Social Security this past year. I did work that first year, but I only made about $800, maybe $1,000 on that 1 month that I worked before I was in that real bad accident. Should I file this year? Should I even file? Is there even enough money there to do anything with, or do I have to pay in, or?
You definitely, was it 1099 or they W-2 you with that?
I was considered an independent worker doing Uber.
So 1099. So that means there was no taxes paid in. Uber's going to file that 1099. So if you don't file it in the tax return, it'll come up later. And then
it'll pop up at that time, right?
You'll hit with more penalties than need be. So if you file it along with, Social Security, obviously you don't need to pay anything in on. If all you had was Social Security, you don't need to file anything. It's no big deal. But if you're working on top of that, you have to file. And
right. Which I worked that one. I actually worked just that 1 month. I just worked the month of January. Then I was in this horrific accident January 31st, and it put me out. I'm sitting here in the same spot I was right out a year ago. I mean, I spent 2 weeks in the hospital first week of February, but I'm just sitting here at home recuperating, watching the bills come in, and trying to cover them.
Right.
But
I got you.
So if I only file,
to get that filed.
Okay, I'll go ahead and file that. I talked to I've got an H&R Block guy that's been doing mine for probably 35 years. And I slid by and talked to him real quick, and he just kind of left me up in the air. He says, well, you could file if you want, or if you don't, you don't have to, That's the way what he said. But I mean,
you can see what happens, but they'll catch up to it 3 years later. I mean, it's the same thing as if, people go gambling and they get a W-2 that they forget about. And they file their tax return, they forget to put that gambling winning on there. No matter how little it is, it's got to be at least $1,200. But let's just say it's $1,200, and you forget to put that in there. It becomes a big deal 3 years down the road when they find out that the numbers don't match up on your tax return, and you didn't have that little bit that you wanted at the casino. So $800, $1,200, doesn't matter what it is. If once they catch up to it, if the numbers don't match, it's going to cost you more in penalties than it's worth to try and get rid of it. So try and just get by without doing it. So it's a safe way to go. As far as you paying out for 16 years, IRS, they'll take advantage of the fact that you don't know about the collection statute expiration dates.
Yep.
And a lot of people don't check with the IRS to find out where their collection statute expiration dates are. They will take money from you on the fact that you don't know. And once you call them on it, they'll actually give you the money back. So,
well, I had filed my taxes subsequently a couple of years in between. I had filed my taxes again, so they knew where I was. They knew I was making good money. And if I was due anything back, they just kept it, That's how I got out from underneath that huge hill, 36,000.
So the idea is, Dean,
but
that
they could have also been keeping money that they get.
The idea, if he would have, got a hold of you, you would have set something up, and he wouldn't have been paying nearly as much on a monthly basis, and he probably would have never had to pay that whole $36,000 back, because after the 10 years anyway, You're saying that
Right,
he was just sending them a check, and they're like, well, they're not going to send it back, willfully, right? But he really probably.
Well, they'll even keep the refund, like he said. Like he was talking about earlier, where they kept his refunds from the tax returns. They'll do that too, and they'll try and get away with it as long as they possibly can. And I've got a real hinky story about that. We took on a case a little while back to where, and again, we're talking about millions of dollars owed, and we ended up taking it to court. This case, because it got so backed up and so tricky. They had to find out, once we got the internal transcript from the IRS, there are notes in their system to where they knew the debt had statuted out. But because it was so much money, they were trying to put that underneath the rug, pretend like, it didn't statute out. And they were moving forward with other enforced collection activities. And there's notes of revenue officers talking to each other, acknowledging that they knew about the CSET, the collection statute, but they were just going to, make a way to push it out some more.
Wow.
And had we not seen these, they would have gotten away with it. They would have gotten away with it. So they pull a lot of hinky stuff. Don't think they're all above board or they're just stupid. They are. There's really not much common sense there if you're looking for that there. But so I'm not going to give them that kudo. But they still pull shady stuff too. There's a lot of shady stuff that I've heard over the years. Stuff disappearing out of the system. Missing tax returns that they don't accept blame for. They do illegal stuff. Just put it that way. And I've seen it over and over again. We've got recordings of it, and it's crazy. I swear I could write a book on this whole thing.
That's incredible. Well, with that, Dean, I guess we're going to recap here and head on back to like regular programming on a Friday morning. But again, you're saying for those who listen back later today, there are a lot of people that go back and catch the podcast and whatnot. Yeah, if they're listening to this later in the day here on Friday, they can also call that toll-free number if they'd like to get the ball rolling for tax reparations. And
most definitely. You call it 888-557-4020. Take advantage of the tax investigation, absolutely free, so there's no obligation. So if you're one of those people that had this hanging over your head for a long time, following you around like a dark cloud, and I know there's people listening that I'm speaking right to you, and you know who you are. Just stop sitting on your hands and getting nothing done and burying your head in the sand, pretending it's not there. IRS isn't going to forget about you, and they'll play all kinds of games to make sure that they collect against you, even if they're not supposed to be. So make sure that you've got someone in your corner that knows what's going on. I've been doing this for 28 years. I've helped countless drivers across the country. You've heard some of them call in tonight, and we've got nothing but 5-star reviews all over the place, not one single complaint. So if you need somebody to help, I'm the guy to call. So call in that 888-557-4020. Take advantage of the tax investigation. Once we get all that done, I may be the one talking with you myself.
Okay. Now, and for those, I wanted to also kind of pass on, for those who you maybe aren't like in problem status with the IRS, you're on top of filing and whatnot. If you're looking for tax professionals that have a trucking specific department for filing their taxes, you also can handle those things, right? Rather than using the big box stores that maybe don't really even know what you can and can't deduct. You guys over the years have set up an entire kind of a trucking division for filing their taxes. You can help with that, correct?
Yes, they specialize in trucking only. And that happened once we came onto your show. So
started getting so many truck drivers that they had to set up another little department. How about that? That's good.
So that's how well it went off. So I have to thank you for that. That's really great.
So would they?
I thank you again for sharing the airwaves with me, brother.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a fantastic thing being back on with you. I'm really glad you're out and about. I'm looking forward to you being on Sirius Radio.
And we're looking forward to getting there.
Any idea when that's going to happen?
I haven't heard any estimated time frames. I know they're working forward on everything. So they've got us up on like all the different what do you call it, podcast platforms, where people you can go back and listen. Yeah, you can listen on what is it? I think they got Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, Amazon, TuneIn, Spotify, a lot of those different things. They got the app working now for the Android phone. The iPhone's not working yet. I think there's still some issues with the app for some people. They say freezing up here and there, losing signal or whatever. Right. But It's all kind of a...
Well, I see a lot of people are glad to have you back, so
Yes.
that's a good thing, man. God bless you.
Well, and I'm glad to be back behind the microphone, Dean. I'll tell you that. So, yeah, well, we'll look forward to
thank you again.
chatting with you again. Of course, I guess everything is on track for April 15. Is that like the tax deadline? There's no extensions or anything this year like they did last year?
So far, that's what we're told, April 15th. So nothing's changed there. And maybe I'll come on again right before the deadline comes. Get some people that want to run the last minute deal and want to come on and last minute get their taxes done. They can give me a call. And I guess that's pretty much all I've got to say.
Okay, one more. I just pulled up my email, and one final question from an emailer. Ask Dean, what does a person do if they've filed and they're up to date, but they quit working all of a sudden, and they're now working for cash under the table?
IRS isn't going to know about it if you're working for cash under the table. A lot of people think that they have this all-seeing eye, that they see all bank accounts at all times, and if you don't file, they're going to catch it. They're not. They're not going to catch it. I'm not advising.
Right. You're not supposed to work for cash under the table. Gotcha.
Exactly. I don't want you to get in trouble and then have to come to me for help because of my advice. But in all actuality, if nobody's filing 1099s, about them paying you, then you've got nothing to worry about. A lot of times when people work for cash down the road, the person that paid you cash gets in trouble with the IRS, and he then ends up having to make up for his mess by filing 1099s on the people that got paid cash. And they can do that years after they paid you. So it's up to you. It's your call. Whether you want to play it safe or not. Sometimes it's safer just to at least claim some of the cash on the tax return. With the exemptions you have, write-offs at that point, it's probably going to come out flat anyways without owing anything. It's just better to be safe than sorry.
Always better to be safe than sorry. All right. So, Dean Michael, the tax doctor, have a great Friday. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, brother. You too.
All right. There you go. Enjoy that warm Florida weather. Down toward, what do you say, West Palm Beach, Boca Raton, so whatever it was. All right. There we go. So, on a Friday morning, almost to the halfway mark on the program already. That is it. We'll get back to, shall we call it regular program. Our number, 844-844-3388. Couple of industry headlines. When the pandemic started, the Illinois tollways stopped accepting cash. And apparently they're now saying that's how it's going to be from now on. In a carefully worded written statement this past day, the Illinois Tollway noted 92% of tolls collected from drivers in 2019 came from iPass and EasyPass transponders. So this change, it would be a small percentage of drivers that it would impact. Motors without transponders still have the option of paying tolls on the tollway website within 14 days without penalty. Those tolls, though, will be higher than those collected from the transponders. Starting in May, the tollway also plans to make iPass transponders available without a deposit, and they'll add $20 to each transponder that goes to a qualified low-income driver. As for the toll collectors and others whose jobs were to take those cash tolls, Tollway said they have been given opportunities to stay with the agency, I guess, other jobs of some sort. One footnote, they say the change does not apply to the Chicago Skyway. That's not part of the state tollway system. So there you go. What else we got? Again, the industry headlines here, a couple of others. We all remember Dukes of Hazzard, right? You remember John Schneider, actor, musician? He's recently debuted a new song inspired by the heroic efforts of America's truck drivers during the COVID pandemic, they say. Song is entitled Truck On. It's going to be featured on a new album of the same name that's coming out April the 12th, Truck On. Of course, Schneider, best known for his turn as Bo Duke on the Dukes of Hazzard. But he's been cranking out, pro trucker music and movie content for a number of years. Said he was inspired to write the song while driving cross country during the pandemic and seeing the efforts of the truck drivers to keep this country moving. According to Taste of Country, a portion of the proceeds from the Truck On album sales will go toward the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, the charity organization providing financial relief for truck drivers and families in need. And I've shared several stories where the St. Christopher's Trucker Relief Fund said that since the whole pandemic thing started, they had seen a dramatic uptick in need from truck drivers and families out there impacted by the pandemic. So, hey, what else we got here? Blade Runner shared a couple of interesting stories here before we get back to your calls at 844-3388. The Michigan Aerospace Manufacturers Association announcing Thursday Chippewa County will be home to the new Command and Control Center. Third major announcement in the past 14 months for the organization, which oversees Michigan's aerospace and defense manufacturing community within the global industry. They announced plans for a horizontal launch site at, Oscoda Worth-Smith Airport back in February of 2020, then a vertical launch site in Marquette, July of last year. The Command and Control Center will support both launch sites and provide classified and unclassified capabilities for the Department of Defense and other interested commercial space organizations. They will manage satellite operations once rockets carrying small and mid-size satellites are launched from the horizontal and vertical launch sites into low Earth orbit, which is about 1,200 miles above the Earth. They will also manage research and development for high-speed suborbital flights. Now, the Department of Defense announcing plans to launch 17,000 LEO satellites over the next 10 years. According to the news release, they think Michigan's new launch site will help meet that demand. They say northern Michigan, which is north of the Earth's 45th parallel, perfectly situated for polar orbit launches. That they have the ideal infrastructure for logistics and technical support. So there you go. This large contiguous site in Chippewa already has some existing facilities that can be easily converted to support the Command and Control Center mission. So for that particular county, I guess it's big news. That'll be bringing more business, more jobs in the space industry. UP Airport, Command Center for the rocket launch sites. There you go. We'll get a quick time out here and get back to your calls. You want to jump on board? There you go. We got a Friday. What's on your mind? It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shine Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, next up here, what do we got? How about old Mitch McConnell? It's like, what are you trying to pull, Mitch? Here, what? About 2 weeks ago, I know I shared a story that Mitch McConnell said something akin to, you could care less if he ever spoke to Donald Trump again. Remember he made that statement? So the story this past day says Mitch McConnell saying Thursday he would absolutely support Donald Trump if he were the Republican Party's nominee for president in 2024. Now, that almost sounds to me like a little CYA action going by. It doesn't really surprise me. Fox News interview. Well, you talk about an about-face from less than 2 weeks ago when he delivered that speech on the Senate floor, holding Trump, quote, practically and morally responsible for the mob attack on the Capitol back in January. McConnell and other Republicans, including Liz Cheney of Wyoming, suggesting that it's time for the party to move on and find new leaders, despite the polls showing most Republicans remain attached to the former president. The party's also keen to kind of cast aside the notion that they're engulfed in any sort of a civil war. Well, you can try. I spoke to Dan about that. What was it, last night before? You can say what you want, but no, the party is fractured dramatically. Now, we have to focus. We've got to prepare for the 2022 midterm elections. Now, Mitch went on to say, well, the Republican Party's actually in very good shape. We gained seats in the House, we elected 50 Republican senators, and everybody was predicting we were going to lose the Senate. Well, you did lose control of the Senate. Democrats didn't flip a single state legislature. We flipped 2, picked up a governor. Yeah, they did lose control of the Senate, but it's 50-50, but they've got that tiebreaker with Kamala Harris. Democrats win. Now, he dismissed reports of a party discord and said President Biden has made it quite easy for us to get together. Really? All right. Of course, when Trump was president, McConnell was kind of chief ally in shepherding the 2017 tax law changes, filling the federal judiciary with Trump's nominees, but they've had an uneasy relationship all along. Yeah, McConnell rarely engaged Trump publicly. And when he made that floor speech, that kind of made it all the more extraordinary. And as we mentioned in the first hour, Mitch is not going to be attending this week's CPAC convention in Orlando. Of course, Trump is going to be the star attraction there, but don't forget, Mitch McConnell was not invited to attend the CPAC. All right, on a Friday, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. I was hoping to get to say howdy doody to Dean, but maybe he's still listening or whatever. So howdy doody, Dean. Glad you're along. I thought I heard something there that down in the South there, Texas and that they were going to extend their tax deadline out to June. Going to push it out 2 months. So I didn't know if you might be able to find that at all, but there was something about that on the news the other day that, as I say, out. And I don't know, it was something to do with, the states that had the emergency. So I don't know, because right now there's about 38 states running underneath the exemptions for the fuel and everything. So I don't know if they're considering all those with the weather emergency or whether it's just, the ones that really got the bad down there in the South down there, Texas and Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, and that down there. I guess back New Mexico and had some too. So yeah, I don't know what all ones down there, what's going to qualify for it. So anyways, if it comes along to around the mid-Atlantic, we'll take it up here and take a couple more months to pay our taxes, right?
Right.
So of course, if you want to pay your taxes, I guess Joe Biden's just going to give out money to everybody to pay their taxes with, right? He give you all the money and then you just give it all back in taxes. Probably. Who knows? But anyway, I don't know what else we got going for you. I saw on the news they were demonstrating the hand tools that they used to get Tiger Woods released from his vehicle. They were going to show you all the tools and how they used them and what all they had to do to get him out. So, has there been any update on him at all? If was there any reports from the doctors? I didn't see that. All I saw was more of how they had to extricate him, but I didn't know if there was any more on, what his prognosis from injuries were going to be, or if they thought he was going to be able to play anymore, or get back out on the.
They're kind of leaning toward it's probably the end of his golf career. I mean, his leg was like shattered in several places. It's all. I guess they've got a rod or rods and screws to put it all back together.
Okay. Oh, yeah, anyway, so I guess we got us a Friday rolling around. According to our local people here for the AccuWeather guys, the AccuWeather guys, they're talking a lot of rain for the weekend for us.
Yes.
Starting going in Friday night, Saturday morning, and rain all weekend, and I guess that'll get rid of what snow we have left, because they're talking good warmer temperatures up into the 50s, and so that ought to make a lot of mud by the time we're done, shouldn't it?
Yeah, no doubt.
So anyway, but I don't know. It's kind of a fun story hearing you talk about your youth there and your grandpa there with the swimming pool there. So yeah, that was the end of your rock throwing. That was the end of your rock throwing. You didn't do any more rock throwing after that.
Well, I didn't throw any rocks in the damn pool. That's for sure.
Yeah. So it extends on a little further. If you don't throw rocks if you live in glass houses, and
yes.
You also don't throw rocks if you have a swimming pool. So, well, it's a good thing to know. But anyway, as I say, I was just trying to call in there. I thought maybe I'd catch Dean real quick, but other than that, we didn't really have a whole lot other than that going on, I guess. So
okay.
Just kind of quiet, doing our thing. And
well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Horse Feathers. What platform do you listen on, like YouTube, Facebook, or are you doing the app, or what platform you got?
I'm still working on the Overnight Drive YouTube page.
The YouTube, okay.
The YouTube over Steve Sommers Overnight. And last night, I don't know what happened there. You had an issue or a blip or something go on, because it got all the YouTube did end up having an issue. Normally, I don't have any troubles with the YouTube, and last night it had some issue. And I see on the replays there on YouTube that there's a regular show and then there's a part 2.
That's because
so I didn't know.
I was trying to, we're learning the new technology at like 3:30 a.m. during the bottom of the hour break there. I was trying to load the news, the refreshed news update for the top of the hour, and I did something that wasn't correct. I don't know what the hell it was, but that was my issue there. But yeah, so the show kind of ended at 3:30. But then it came back like starting again with you had to go back and find the new box though to restart. So yeah, there's like a 2-part show from last night. The reason I was asking though is several people saying, I got a guy that here earlier said, anybody having problems with the app? It stops playing. I have to open the app and hit the play button again. Then like 5 to 8 minutes later, you got to do the same thing again. That's from Jeff up in Michigan. I've seen several people. Someone suggested to me that sometimes with apps or whatever, you have to like delete the app from your phone and reload the app. And a lot of times that resolves the issues because apparently it only happens to a certain number of people. And the stream that's going to the app is the exact same stream service that's feeding Facebook and YouTube. So we're trying to figure out why some people say it cuts out and others it does. You're not having the deal where it cuts out all the time, right?
No, not on the YouTube, and I run it on iPhone, so I'm still waiting for the app to come out on the iPhone. I don't have the Android set up yet. I suppose I could try it in the tablet and set the tablet up, but yeah, other apps I've had that have had issues like that. That's the best thing to do is just eliminate the app off the device. And then go back into, for the Android, go back to the Play Store, reload it, and then launch it again, reopen it, and
try again.
Should work better that way.
Yep.
But yeah, other than that, the YouTube I've been using, I've never really had any issue with whatsoever, other than, as I say, last night. And apparently, you cleared that situation up, so we should all be good with that. But I don't know, and I haven't tried to use your the overnightradio.com and listen to the. I guess what you got to stream it on there as well during the show, and then there's the replays.
Yeah, on the overnight. Yes, site. Correct. That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I still haven't gotten to mess with that. As I say, I got it working pretty good with the phone with the YouTube, and I haven't gotten to the point of wanting to mess with it. And of course, riding down the road, you can't mess with it riding down the road. And I get busy playing with propane, and I don't know, I forget to get back to do other things while I'm doing it. And so, you know how it goes. Damn work keeps getting in the way of all the fun. How does that happen?
Yep. But, I got you. All right. I just wanted to ask you that and see, because I don't know why or how it affects one person but not another, and it's more than one. But for some people, maybe delete it, and then, because I remember back, when we were on iHeartRadio, some people would say, it's doing this or it's doing that. And other drivers would call in and say, hey, listen, uninstall the app, reinstall the app. And they also remind you that the smartphones across the board, they typically, they want you to actually turn your phone completely off, like once a week at least anyway, and restart it. Because like any computer, they get kind of boggled up and jumbled up, and they start screwing up, running slow and things like that. So maybe some folks turn your phone off. If you don't do that, my Android actually, if I don't turn it off for a period of time, once you get past a week or whatever, it actually puts a little message on your screen. It's time to restart your phone. You might want to reset that. So, all right, thank you much, Horse Feathers. He asked about Tiger Woods. Yes. Severe injuries to his legs in that rollover crash Tuesday morning. Let's see. 2 questions are now facing Woods. One, immediate and crucial. The other, long-term and aspirational. First, can he have a normal life with typical mobility and freedom from pain? Second, can one of the world's best-known athletes ever return to competitive golf? Yahoo Sports spoke to several surgeons with extensive experience in treating injuries similar to what Woods suffered. Now, without having reviewed his specific case file, and with the caveat that there may be undisclosed elements of his case that could also impact his prognosis, they all agreed a return to normal life is highly likely, and a return to elite-level golf is not out of the question per se. Now, he's got a very, very, very long road to recovery ahead. According to one orthopedic surgeon, based on the information we have, returning to being an elite golfer, that would be very, very challenging. But I wouldn't root against him. Simple fact that Woods is in treatment at all, given the way the SUV left the road and came to rest, that's good news itself. Anytime there's a rollover accident where the car gets off four wheels, many times those don't end good. Many first responders, they couldn't believe whoever was in that vehicle. They didn't even know it was Tiger Woods. Couldn't believe he was still alive. All right, who's next up here? Yo, is that Demon?
Yeah. Hey, I downloaded that app, and I noticed tonight when I was listening, it started getting a little garbled there, and then it would and go to the bumper music for 5 or 6 seconds, then it'd come back garbled, then it'd clear up. And it was doing it about every 10 or 15 minutes.
Huh.
But, and like I said, that was on the app, the Android app. So I don't know what exactly was going on there. And I turned my phone off earlier today anyway.
Okay.
I turned my phone off quite a bit and back on. I'll leave it off sometimes, for 10 hours. But, so I don't have any problem with the other apps. I think I was telling you earlier that, it would take just stop and I'd pick it up on the Facebook app. I just have to restart it that way. I don't know why it was doing that. I think that's probably the phone itself, because even with iHeart, I had an issue there that it would take it shut off. You have to just turn it back on. Basically, just pick the phone up, go to the app, and click it back on. That's all I do with the Facebook page. Did you get a chance to read that email on the baseball season?
Yeah, let me see. I think I actually had that on my screen over here somewhere. Yeah, I hadn't got to that yet. So, they want a 1-month delay, they're saying.
Right. And they're saying because of COVID and everything like that, and they only want to do 154 games and then do, I think they were saying, 12 double headers or something.
Seven innings, 12 7-inning double headers, right. Then expanding the playoff field again from 10 to 14 teams. Kind of like last year, right?
Right, basically. But the Players Association is not going to go with it. I think you're going to see a stoppage in baseball this year. They're not going to start, And even though the collective bargaining agreement's not up until next year, but I think they're really going to push this. And they're all complaining because with 154 games, they're actually going to take and cut their pay. But there's normally only 162 games. So at 154, they're not losing a whole lot of pay. But, they ought to just go ahead and play the season, with however they're going to do it. Like I said, they got the collective bargaining agreement coming up, next year, between the seasons. We talked about that, at your last gig with Jeff and them, we mentioned that. But, to me, it seems like they're putting the cart before the horse, and they're trying to get a jump start on this collective bargaining agreement, and they're going to play hardball.
Yeah, and they're making it sound like all that they want a 1 month delay because somewhere in the heart of the story it says Dr. Fauci's talking about this new Johnson & Johnson one-shot vaccination that's going to be ready here maybe in a week or so.
Right.
And they're talking about getting all the players vaccinated with that. Now, I mean, most of these players are younger, healthy individuals. How are they going to get put to the front of the line when they're still talking about these older people and people with underlying conditions that haven't got a vaccination yet?
Right. Well, remember the outcry the other day here a couple weeks ago about the NFL. They wanted all their players vaccinated, so they'd have a normal season. Well, you look at all the cases that did happen with COVID amongst MLB players, the Marlins, the Cardinals, the big teams that had the big issues stuff. They basically tested positive, and they was mostly asymptomatic. There wasn't any of them that got real super sick. And they keep talking about, we're going to have herd immunity. Right now they're saying probably 50% of the population has already had COVID anyway. They don't know it. But I'm just ready for some normalcy. I'm ready for baseball, ready for sports. Not everybody's a baseball fan like I am, but that is my favorite pastime. I love to go to the ballpark. I love to listen to it on the radio. I like to go, sit down, B-dubs and take and watch a baseball game. Drink a beer. And,
well, hell, weren't we talking about this same stuff about this time? I guess it was April, May of last year, because they started spring training, didn't they? And then everything got shut down, and then we waited and waited and waited. We didn't even know if they're going to play any baseball. Ended up with what's half a season or something. So
60 games,
yeah.
And they had it figured out. Actually, they turned around and had a pretty decent 60-game season, if you want to call it a season. They managed it quite well. Yes, there were hiccups of the Marlins, the Cardinals, and a few other organizations that ended up getting, 12, 20 COVID positive, but they made it all up and, made it work. I just got a funny feeling they don't want us to have any kind of favorite pastime, any kind of enjoyment. All this stuff coming out of Fauci's mouth is just starting to really, it's really get under my skin. There's this, it's like you can't have no fun.
Yeah. Well, about a year ago, he was getting under Donald Trump's skin, wasn't he? And eventually, Donald Trump, pretty much shut his mouth, shut him up. Now, of course, now Trump's out, and you notice how since Biden was sworn in, here's Fauci's all over the place once again. He's the top infectious disease expert. Fauci knows. He knows all the answers.
Yeah, he may know all the answers, but the problem is he spews crap out of his mouth like diarrhea, and you don't know what he's saying, if it's true or not, because he says so many different things. He sticks his finger up in the air, it seems where the wind's blowing. It's just disgusting. If he could take and stick to one line and take and make you believe it, hell, I think he's told so many damn lies, you don't know if he's telling the damn truth. Just like I said, Fauci's not my favorite person, and he's the one that went to the ballpark whenever they started the season last year. Him and his wife and somebody else sitting there. Oh, you got to wear a mask. You got to, social distance. There's 3 of them sitting there in the stands, and none of them wearing a damn mask. Which, they were. One was his wife, and that's fine. But if you're going to sit there and tell everybody they can't go to the ballpark, well, then don't go to the ballpark and sit there with 2 other people and not have your mask on. I don't understand it. If Florida can sit there and have the Super Bowl, put 22,500 fans in the stands down there and have a very successful football game, depends on which side of the spectrum you're on there. which I didn't watch none of it. But, they put 22,000 people in the stands and have a good football game. They can take and put 10 or 12,000 in a baseball stadium and have a good time, too. Mm-hmm. It's not a contact sport, per se. And some of these football stadiums ain't much bigger than a baseball stadium anymore. But anyway, I'm done ranting. That just
but you're ready for some baseball. That's all I know.
I'm ready for baseball.
Yeah.
But anyway, like I said, I'm done rambling. I'll let you get on. Have a good show, man. Talk to you
All right, thank you much. What are we looking at here? A couple of minutes before we hit top of the hour. News update. That is correct. And what else do we have here? What's next on the list of being politically correct? Well, it's Mr. Potato Head. You can't have a Mr. Potato Head. Not in this day and age. I mean, does Mr. Potato Head go into the men's restroom or the women's restroom? Come on now. Yeah, you can't make this stuff. Hasbro has been making Mr. Potato Head for nearly 70 years. We're going to give up the gender name. It's going to be a gender neutral. From this point forward, it's just Potato Head. It's not Mr. or Mrs. Potato Head. It's Potato Head. Many toy makers updating their classic brands in recent years, hoping to relate to today's kids and reflect more modern families. Today's kids? It's a potato, according to the editor-in-chief at the toy review site, The Toy Insider. But kids like to see themselves in the toys they're playing with. Barbie, for example, has tried to shed the blonde image and now comes in multiple skin tones and body shapes. Thomas the Tank Engine added more girl characters. And American Girl is now selling a baby doll. So Hasbro will release a new Potato Head playset this fall that will let kids create their own types of family, including 2 moms or 2 dads. Oh, isn't that swell? The Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head characters will live on in some form, Hasbro said, but they didn't give any details. They both appeared in the Toy Story movies. But dropping the Mr. from the name could encourage other companies to stop assigning gender to their toys. Barbie maker Mattel released a gender-neutral doll line in 2019. But yeah, Mr. Potato Head, the biggest brand to do so to date. We're kind of setting a new standard, they say. GLAAD and the LGBTQ community applaud the genderless potato. All right, we'll be right back. Got a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has ordered an airstrike in Syria along the border with Iraq, targeting infrastructure that's utilized by Iranian-backed militant groups. The Pentagon said the U.S. military airstrike in eastern Syria was in retaliation for the deadly rocket attack in Iraq last week that killed a coalition contractor and wounded several Americans. The strike targeted buildings used by the Iranian-backed militias that in the past have targeted American facilities in Iraq. There's been another new variant detected of the coronavirus in New York City. Pfizer and Moderna are already modifying vaccines to target the South African variant. And both companies are also testing a third booster shot of the original formula to see if it will offer more protection against the virus and its variants. This is USA Radio News.
And
Energize Health.
Awesome and amazing day. Men, John Jubilee with Energize Health, and I want to just talk to you man to man for a moment. 1/3 of men 50 and over suffer with high blood pressure. That high blood pressure medication has a horrible side effect, worse than death, erectile dysfunction. And it's brutal, but let's just talk about it medically. We have had thousands of people completely reverse diabetes, high blood pressure, irritable bowel syndrome, yes, and ED, raise their testosterone 500 points naturally through the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Men, if you're intelligent, you're skeptical. I want you to be skeptical. But go log on to our website, energizehealth.com. Click that red button, watch a masterclass, and then watch thousands of men just like you who reversed every single issue that I just mentioned. I don't make a claim. My clients make a claim. EnergizeHealth.com.
The White House is speaking out about the controversy over New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, here's Tim Berg.
New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is again calling for an investigation into allegations lodged against Governor Andrew Cuomo. This time it's for sexual harassment claims from a former Cuomo aide. Lindsey Boylan making the detailed accusations that Cuomo sexually harassed her in an essay yesterday. The White House agrees with de Blasio. Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
When a person comes forward, they deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Their voice should be heard, not silenced.
Jennifer Granholm took the oath of office to become President Biden's energy secretary. Vice President Kamala Harris conducted the swearing-in ceremony just hours after the Senate voted 64-35 in favor of her confirmation. She became the first female governor of Michigan in 2002. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about My Pillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a My Pillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The House has passed one of President Biden's top legislative priorities, a bill that would extend protections against discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. The bill, called the Equality Act, or House Resolution 5, was approved 224-206 in a floor vote. Introduced in the House and Senate last week, the proposal aims to close gaps in current federal civil rights laws to protect the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender communities. House Democratic leader Steny Hoyer of Maryland said the measure would codify into law the changes to expand discrimination protections for American LGBTQ communities. He told reporters, "We think it's the right thing to do." The U.S. Supreme Court extended workplace protections for the LGBTQ community in a ruling last summer, but advocacy groups such as the National Women's Law Center said the language granting those protections are still not spelled out in federal laws. Congressman David Cicilline, who introduced the bill in the House, said it would provide protections in employment, education, credit, jury service, federal funding, housing, and public accommodations. The bill faces considerably more uncertainty in the Senate, where Democrats hold a one-vote advantage. They would need, however, several Republicans to vote in favor of the bill to invoke cloture and end a GOP-led filibuster. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast on a Friday morning, 3:06 Eastern Time. Good to have you with us here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. If you weren't with us at the 1 o'clock hour, we pulled this is our final week. Had a 5-week giveaway. I think they're working on getting something together. Got to keep something going. And but we had our grand prize, number 5, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset, $200 value, which goes to whomever has the email address, Jolly GRN 1955. You are the winner of the Pluto Duo Stellar Electronic headset there. And for our runner-up, the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. Yeah, we're talking $175 value. 2 64-ounce bottles of Stiction Eliminator, 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Winning email address on that one was Truckerman19013. That's the email. Truckerman19013 at something or other.com, I guess it was. So congratulations to our winners this week from our friends at Hot Shot Secret and Stellar Electronics. And there we go. All right. We've been talking off and on in recent weeks. Flu season. This would typically be the peak of flu season. Normal, old, regular, type A, type B, influenza. We're just not seeing it. During a typical year, cases would be ramping up during the fall and the winter, peaking in the month of February. But not this year. We have not picked up any outbreaks of influenza or anything really. It's historic. It's historically low, according to the domestic influenza team at the CDC. They track flu cases every year, and they give weekly reports. They shared a graphic. The CDC compares flu cases over the past several years, influenza in the 2021 season. And it's just very hard. We're looking very hard to find the flu. We're not finding it. In fact, many people have reported not feeling any flu or cold symptoms this year. Now, they're trying to say the lack of flu is not only good news for individual health, but considering the number of hospitalizations for influenza any other year, it's a huge break for the hospitals inundated with COVID-19 patients. So, under the current circumstances, a good thing. You know, the hospitals have been overwhelmed in a lot of cases, and you really don't want to add the flu on top of that. According to the CDC, 173 people were hospitalized for the flu between October 1 and February 13th. That's lower than rates for any season since they started collecting this data in the 1990s. In comparison, 400,000 people were hospitalized for the flu. 22,000 died, including 434 children in the 2019-2020 season. There's only been one flu death reported this season. One? The activity maps look very different for the weekend in February 13th of 2020 versus the same time in 21. Every state in the country reporting minimal activity this year. This time last year, almost the entire country were reporting very high activity. All right. The flu has just been fully interrupted by people wearing masks and staying home. the reduced number of children in schools, and I think a lot of people also got the flu vaccine this year as well, and all sorts of forces combining to really stop the flu in its tracks. Now, does this mean next season may be a bit more complicated? Right now, we just have to wait and see what happens. They say by the time you're about 5, most people have seen the flu before. Everybody has flu antibodies, so I think basically a year with very little circulation may have a huge impact on the population. I think how flu is going to come back, that could be very interesting. All right, typically the flu season really begins winding down by the time we head into the month of March, and we will be doing that come Monday. Last weekend for the month of February. Here it is. Good morning, Senor. What's happening, Heat Wave?
Good morning, Senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. Oh, let's just say the flu is COVID-19, and then I'll draw down the numbers of the influenza, and it'll raise the numbers for COVID. That'll give us this pandemic, and maybe I'm just a conspiracy theorist, but I kind of figured this was what was going to happen. They're going to say, well, the flu magically disappeared, but we got this big number in COVID-19. Well, the base of the flu and the base of COVID is the coronavirus. So what the hey, man? Oh, I tell you what, this has just been one hellacious week. We were running from Denver to Salt Lake City down to Southern California. Now we're running back to Denver, and hopefully we can go home after this. I think we got a well-deserved 3-day weekend for us anyways coming up, so I ought to be home Saturday night, Sunday morning. So if anyone's in the Albuquerque area that can holler at the heat wave, I'll be more than happy to accommodate you as much as I can and show off my solar panels to you and answer any questions y'all might have about it. My daughter, my youngest one, she flew over Cincinnati, and she had I guess the airlines offers a thing on their cell phones that show a airplane in wherever they're over.
Mm-hmm.
And the way it had it set up, it looked like the damn plane had been hit by something. The little dot that represented Cincinnati was right behind the wing of the airplane. And I thought, oh my God, has she been in an accident or what? But I guess that's their way of letting people know just that are on that airplane just how far along the flight they are. I told her to drop a hello to you. I don't know if it made it. Probably got blown off course by the winds or whatnot. But yeah, she's going to be on the East Coast visiting her friend from high school, and I guess her friend is expecting her first baby, so she's going to be there to help welcome the little booger in. And speaking of little boogers, I bet you won't let your grandbaby back in your office anymore, huh? Or if you do, you're going to put little handcuffs on her to make sure that she don't reach over and play with them pretty buttons and lights.
Right. Yeah, all those pretty, they're green and red and oh, so pretty. She was fascinated, though. It was funny.
I imagine so. Well, the good thing about grandbabies is when you get done with them and they start acting up, and you can always foist them back on their parents, and you can say, well, now it's your turn to deal with the kid like we had to deal with you when you were small.
That's right.
Yeah, but then this time you can load them up with all the sugar you want right before they leave, so they're just buzzing by the time they get back home.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, a Chevy guy sent me some photos of his collection of cars that he had, or the cars that he had in the past. And I tell you what, he was really big into the 57 Chevys. There's no doubt about it. The Bel Airs, I guess, is what it was, with the shark fin on the back.
Right.
I tell you what, I'm good. Go ahead.
Oh, I said, yeah, you were correct. Yes.
Yeah, I think of course, it's just me, but I think the 57 Chevy Bel Airs, 2-door and 4-door models, were such good looking vehicles. I mean, to withstand the test of time and be sought after. I think the big three should go back into their archives and do like a limited production of their most iconic cars. You know, keep the body style the same. I know it's going to play hell with the mile per gallon averages, but I mean, keep the body style the same, but update the transmission, the engine, the ride as far as the suspension. And, you know, I bet you that would be one hell of a good deal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ford could have their T-Bird, Chevy could have their Bel Airs, and I don't know what Dodge had at the time that would be comparable to that. But I mean, you know, if they would do something like that, I think there would be a very vast market for people who want to have a vehicle of that nature. So, well, I'm getting here to the bad areas of Nevada going into Arizona on 15, so I probably ought to let you go before I lose you.
All right.
Everybody up there, have a great weekend, and we'll see y'all next week.
All right. Well, be safe out there. Thank you much for chiming in there. Heat wave. And yeah, we'll talk again next week. All right. Freeze up another line at 844-844-3388. Let's jump over to Pup. Hello, Pup.
Hey, good morning, Steve. You ready for your weekend?
I'm always ready for a weekend. What are you talking about?
Hey, tonight is the first time on that app that bumper music is kind of, you know how we talked about that a week or so ago on YouTube, that it's interfering with that. And then also on that app, I found that, like if you make a phone call, or I can go in on like ESS and check my dispatch and stuff like that. If I use that phone to do something else, it does stop the show after like 5-10 minutes, and then you got to push play again. All they've got to do is close everything out, go back in and reopen the app all by itself, and then it doesn't do that anymore.
Okay.
So, but other than that, bumper music play, it really did it bad when Dean was on. I hated that for Dean. But you was talking about that Mr. Potato Head, Joe Pags. His first hour was just about all about that. But my feelings on that is if that alphabet community thinks it applauds it, then it's probably totally wrong for the rest of America. But did you see the suicide rate in Japan is so high they got a lonely secretary appointed now?
What? A lowly secretary?
Yeah, you know, like Secretary of State.
Yeah.
This dude's Secretary of Lonely.
Oh, boy.
Because their suicide rate's so high. And then the last thing, I was reading an article today. Did you see where Rick Hendrick is going to retire and hand the reins over to Jeff Gordon?
I did not see that, no.
Yeah, I was reading that article. He said it was like a $350 million operation, and he was going to put Jeff in charge of it. So I didn't know if you'd seen that or not. But other than that, Steve, maybe that'll help some of those guys on that app. I really do like that app. I'm glad Hot Shot Secret's going out of their way to make things a little nicer for us to listen to you on. And I appreciate Chris and those guys. So you have a good weekend, and don't drink too many Skull Busters.
All right. Well, that might be a difficult task. But yes, all right. Thank you so much. All right. Pop, you have a good weekend, too. Let's see here. Ernie says, I'm listening on Facebook, working great. Just leaving the house from Mount Dora, Florida. Cliff. Morning, Steve. Captain Cliff here in Michigan. Hello, Captain Cliff. Good to have you with us. Let's see who else. Some of these people just talking back and forth to one another. That's what somebody saying. Gary said, Demon, stop whining. Stop whining about your baseball. I want my baseball back. All right, thanks to all those out there. Let me see. Ron says our gas price around Tampa has gone up 70 cents a gallon since the election. Yeah, we're seeing that trend. Hey, every week when I'm given the diesel numbers, the trends have indeed been higher and higher and higher. All right, let me jump back up here. Oh, there's old Philip in Florida headed off to work this morning. Hello, Philip.
Hey, Steve. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing fine. Happy Friday.
Yeah, you too, man. Tell Ernie I'm over here in DeBerry, Florida. If he wants to come over here, he's not too far from outdoor. I know where that's at.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, tell Damon he needs to go to NASCAR, man. They let 30,000 people into Daytona. So he needs to hang out in NASCAR, man. They had 30,000 there last weekend and the week before. So he needs to start going to NASCAR, man. Stop worrying about baseball. Jeff Gordon running Hendrick. That doesn't surprise me because Jeff's been in that a lot more in that organization than a lot of people know. I mean, he probably owns half of it. What do you think?
I wouldn't doubt it. Yes.
I mean, a lot of people never know that he owned over half of the 24 car and he owned half of the 48 car back in the day. I don't know if he still does or not, but Jeff and Rick Hendrick, that's their organization now. But Rick is huge also on the auto sales side of it, with the automotive side of it.
Mm-hmm.
So he made tons of money on that. So Rick will retire. He'll have Jeff run that operation. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, Richard Childers has done that over there in his organization. He's got other folks running it now besides him. So it doesn't surprise me. It's just them guys are getting up there. They're getting ready to retire, just like everybody else. When they go out of racing, it's the same thing. It doesn't surprise me at all with Jeff Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
So what are the numbers now up in Cincinnati with the COVID?
I haven't been hearing of much of anything about COVID numbers here. I mean, we dropped down. We dropped down several different levels here. I think it's been like 2 weeks ago. We started letting the bars and restaurants stay open till the midnight hour. And at any point now, I think the governor was supposed to let them go back to normal operation hours, like bars till 2 a.m. kind of thing.
Yeah, we're still at our numbers are going down. But I can tell you what, when I was at Disney yesterday working, I mean, they didn't up our capacity, but we were running pretty close to max capacity yesterday. I mean, it's been a busy week down there. We've been a lot of people. I got a feeling spring break is going to be that way too. It's getting busier down there, and I think we're going to be opening up some more stuff. I don't know if you've seen the reports or not, but they're testing things. I don't think it'll come to fruition but till next year, but in the news they're reporting they're testing, the fireworks and all that stuff again. I don't think it'll come back though until next year by what the reports on the news said, but I don't hear them kind of reports where I work at. But I think things are getting better down here.
Mm-hmm.
I know we're letting us do a lot more things than they are up north, and I wish that they would let those places go in California so people can go work some more. And I guess CPAC, they're getting ready for that down here. It's going to be pretty full down here at the Hyatt. They were talking on the news yesterday how everything is getting in the works for the CPAC to come into town. So that's all I pretty much got today, bud. I appreciate you. Have a good one.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah, I think the CPAC is going to be a very interesting weekend. And I just have a sneaky suspicion there will be big numbers of people tuning in, especially for Sunday night. I'm not even sure. I'll have to go double check what because Donald Trump, of course, is going to be the prime time speaker there at the CPAC. What do you think he's going to have to say? Is it going to reflect back on the November election, or are we just going to move forward? Move forward and look at 2022. To some extent, I have a sneaky suspicion that may be the route he's taken. That's for his advisors, I'm thinking that would probably be the better advice to give. All right, Philip, you were asking about the number of cases here, like in the Cincinnati area. They've got the graph that goes back to back in like May of last year. And we were, the cases were kind of going up and up, but then all of a sudden you saw a big spike between October and November, then into December, peaked out in December at somewhere 11,000, 12,000 new cases for somewhere in that range, 11,252. I'm looking at new cases on December the 12th. I think that may have been the peak day there. From there, the trend begins to move down, down, down. So here we are, February 25th, this past day, 2,409 new cases, 7-day average like 2,145. Yeah, definitely going in the right direction, as in downward. Okay, let's see. From our message board, let me flip over here. That's about 25 minutes ago. Sorry I didn't get it on sooner. 465 West in Indianapolis. Bad wreck at the 28-mile marker. A van ran into the back of a semi. Just the left lane was getting by. Then had a message from Michelle for Dean Michaels. Hello, Dean. Just wanted to say thank you for taking care of my IRS issues about a year back. I think you're great. All right, let's see here. Next up, Steve, what's your email address? Well, that's pretty simple. Steve@hotshotsecret.com. Okay? There you go. What are we looking at? We're about a couple minutes before we hit bottom of the hour timeout here, but we got time to talk to the Big Moose. Big Moose is on the loose. What's happening this morning, Moose?
Oh, not much. I just sat here listening to all this new nonsense they're putting on us about the gender neutral potato head and all of that garbage. I tell you what, man, and stuff like that just turns my stomach, And the bad part about it is I don't think people realize what a small percentage of the population really gives a flip about gender identity, but those are the ones getting all the attention,
Correct.
But yeah, just crazy. I was going to ask if anybody else but me remembers that Dr. Fauci back in the day when the HIV thing and the AIDS and all that pandemic, quote unquote, come out. Remember, he was had everybody scared to use public bathrooms and any kind of bodily fluid to get you infected. And I bet he sold more of them wax paper ass gaskets than anybody. And I think now all he's doing, he just went from selling ass gaskets to face masks. I remember they had signs up at the truck stop. They had for your protection. This facility's been disinfected. Everybody was dumping Clorox and Lysol and everything else out on the commodes because they're afraid you're gonna catch HIV.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a big old crock, man. And actually, the reason I called in, them guys are talking about Australia and cruising to Australia, and I know Sylvester lives down there. Did you see where they recalled 500,000 bottles of the Steve Irwin SPF 100 sunblock? Come to find out, it doesn't protect against harmful rays.
That's just wrong.
Keep it
That's
between
just
the spotted and the
Big
solid.
Moose.
I'm gone, turkey.
Yeah, that's right. Dangerous rays. That's what got him. Yeah, that's true. Old Steve Irwin. All right, get a quick chime out here, and we'll return with more of your calls. Got several lines open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yep, that would be me. I am Steve Sommers. It is The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, old Governor Newsom in California. So we know Cuomo's in hot water. And it's getting pretty darn deep for Cuomo. I don't know if he's going to survive. The impeachment. Will they impeach Newsom? All right, Gavin Newsom will face a special election over his recall. So it's not an impeachment, it's a recall effort this fall. According to the organizer of the movement to oust the Democrat over his coronavirus restrictions. Speaking on Fox Business, he said the process has begun. We're going to continue to work as hard as we can to make sure that Newsom's held accountable and make sure our rights as an electorate are granted because we've done the heavy lifting to make sure this special election will go ahead and move forward. Recall Gavin 2020 reports that they've received over 1,825,000 signatures as of Thursday morning. That's well over the 1.5 million that are required for a recall. Despite this, some Republicans remain pessimistic about the chances here. Darrell Issa, one of the Republicans there in California, said earlier this week the Democrats have tricks up their sleeves to change or challenge those signatures, even though there's over 1.5 million and counting. In other words, more than what is legally needed. It's pretty clear they're going to be scrutinized and thrown out in large numbers by the Democrat establishment in California. Now, he's ecstatic at the chance of recalling this governor, though. It takes a little bit of a while to go through the process to having the 58 different county registrar voters to verify the signatures and then the last one to tally them all in the Secretary of State, he said. But I feel pretty darn confident we're going to get this thing on the ballot, probably before this summer. So that would be the second governor recalling California. Had, what was it, Governor Gray Davis recalled a number of years back before Arnold Schwarzenegger became the governor there in California at that point in time. All right, back to our calls here, and is that the Jolly Green Giant, I believe?
Good morning, Steve. I heard my name was brought up. Somebody dropped the dime on me and gave me a phone call to let me know. I was listening to you on the way up. I didn't hear anything, so changed trailers, turned around, and flipped all the way back down to Cincinnati. Then Sex Maniac called and said, you need to call in. So, well, what's he talking about, Steve?
Well, is your email jollygrn1955?
It is.
Well, that means you are the winner of the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset this week.
Well, I'll tell you what, I appreciate that, Steve, and I definitely will wear them and use them at night so I can talk to you.
Yep. Well,
so, how did they do that? They email me, or what did they do?
You'll get an email from them, correct? Because that's what they've got is just your email right now. So they'll contact you via email, right. And they'll send that to Dave McManus there at Stellar Electronic, and they'll get a hold of you to get your actual name and physical address. And as soon as they get that, they'll get it right out in the mail to you. So
I'm sure they will, Steve. Like I said, I wasn't listening at that time because I was changing trailers, but I was listening to you on the way up, talking about some of the various things. And tell Moose, why is it that every time I call in after he calls in? It's either him or Chevy Man. It's one of those two guys right there.
Yeah.
I'm always the rear door. They're the front door.
Uh-oh, sorry.
So, yeah. But Sex Maniac was listening, evidently, and me, like I said, I was just changing out trailers. So we were flipping back down. And next thing you know, I get a call from Sex Maniac telling me you need to call in. So I'm calling in.
There you go. Well,
but,
yes.
I appreciate your show. I haven't got the app downloaded yet, Steve. I'm happy with the with YouTube and with Facebook, but I will eventually download your app. I just haven't got around to it yet.
Sure, not a problem.
So,
yep.
But like I said, I'm enjoying all the information. And who is that? That Doc Holliday? I don't know about being the smartest man, losing all that money at the casino. I think you need to find a different hobby. Come on. Because I'm not into gambling. I'm not really big on gambling. Actually, I'm thinking about taking my wife out to Las Vegas, but is it because of gambling? Because I want to. I've been through there many times, but I've never had an opportunity to see some of those casinos. You know, that's why I want to go out there. That and the food. I don't care about the gambling machines.
Mm-hmm.
So you could. So I'll leave that up to Doc Holliday since he's got all that money to throw away. So I hope he's listening to that because maybe he's smarter than I am because I can't waste my money that way.
Well, there's a talk if you like food, man. There's a lot of really, really good buffets. All the hotels have the buffets there. The casinos, and they've got. We got the chance to dine at a few of them. Yeah, good food in Vegas.
Well, like I said, I've been through there many times, Steve. I always stop at a casino on the outskirts of Las Vegas, but when you got a big truck here, it's kind of hard to stop with the entire unit. So a lot of times there, I would stop on the outskirts, and then, of course, they've got casinos that are big enough to hold big trucks.
Yeah, what is it? It's like, a Sam's Town or something. We went out to one of those, and I think that was the one because they say if you got better odds at the casinos, like if you get off the strip or whatever. So that's what I've always heard.
I have no idea. Like I said, I haven't been that way in years. I've been working for this company since for the last 23 years. So I was with CRST at the time, so I used to travel out that way. But hell, that's been way back in the 80s. That's how far back that went. So I was actually listening to you and your dad back then, or especially your dad. Then I listened to you when I got come with Builders Transport. That's where I met Sex Maniac. And him and I've been working together for about 28 years. So I got him on here where I'm at now because he was struggling when Builders Transport went belly up and Schneider come in and bought it. He stayed for about a year, and then I helped him get on here. I knew it was hard. Schneider was taking over a dedicated account that we were on, and it wasn't really bad. I told Schneider that they offered me a job, and I turned it down. But I'm happy where I'm at. So that's where I was listening to you. I was listening to you guys at night back then and with that other company. And then I think the best thing that's ever happened to you is being over on, what your studio, I think Hot Shot Secret is the best thing that ever happened to you, man.
Well, we're definitely growing every day. They're finding, more people finding us, listeners that didn't know where I had gone, but I'm pretty impressed how they say, I'm going to go on Google and just do a quick search and well, there it is. So I'm glad to have people joining us.
Well, Steve, like I said there, I'm listening to you more now. The problem with your previous station, and I'm not going to name their name, we'll just leave that alone. I'm just going to say that it's just, they would fade out by the time I got to Indianapolis, and I wasn't listening. I didn't have XM radio back then, and you were on there for a while, and then you went over to
iHeart.
iHeart, and Kevin was telling me he was listening to you on iHeart, but I wasn't really electronic savvy, and some of the younger drivers here had to show me how to connect up my Bluetooth phone to the radio. And now I'm just fighting it because every time when I make a phone call, it goes to the radio instead of to my headset. So it don't really matter. But I'm glad I'm listening to you because I'm listening to what OI is doing and so on. And I think it's kind of great, some of the stuff that's going on. But I've learned a few things here with the DOT physicals and also with the new hours service just by listening to you through the years. I mean, you're full of good information for the trucking industry, and I appreciate you. So either way, I'm looking forward to that email. I just want to let you know that I will be listening the rest of the night. So
Okay.
I was listening to you on the way up. So by the time I get you, you're in Indianapolis. It's 12 o'clock right about there.
Okay.
That's what I leave at 10 o'clock out of Cincinnati.
Good deal.
So that's when I turned you on, and I listened to you up there all the way to Lowell. And then I changed trailers, and then I'm back on the phone, on the radio, listening to you at 3 o'clock. So Kevin caught it, or I mean sex maniac, but it don't really matter. Either way, man, I just want to tell you appreciate it. I appreciate your show, and I'll be looking for that email. Okay?
All right. Yep, you got it. That probably should be coming your way today. So, yeah, watch your email. All right, so what are we looking at here? A line's available at 844-844-3388. If you weren't with us in hour number one, we started the program off tonight with some breaking news. Yeah, for those that are into the racing thing, especially for the straight liners, the drag racing stuff, it was kind of history in the making. We now have the first ever diesel in the racing world in the threes. This past day, the Hot Shot Secret sponsored Fire Punk Diesel S10 pickup broke a historic world record. It was kind of their own record. The previous world record for the fastest diesel truck was rebroke by the Fire Punk team Wednesday night with a 410. Now, that was Wednesday night's past. Well, Thursday, they made some tweaks. They made some adjustments. This is what they do in straight line racing, right? Thursday morning, the team can now add the honor of the fastest diesel vehicle in the world during the Lights Out 11 South Georgia Motorsports Park as the S10 broke into the threes. It was a 3.99 seconds at 182.67 miles per hour. This is the first diesel to accomplish the feat of a run under 4 seconds. Now, this racing's going to continue. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You can catch more of the event now through Sunday via Flow Racing. That's the streaming service. You can catch it on your smartphone, kind of like you do this show and whatnot. Just, I guess, do a search for Flow Racing and see if they can continue to break their own record. And all the great drag racing action that's going to be taking place there. Kyle made it sound like this is a big event as they're getting the season underway. But a big thumbs up. Congratulations from Hot Shot Secret to the Fire Punk Diesel team on actually breaking into the threes. Cool thing about the Fire Punk team is, and I know Kyle's working on getting, what's his name? I think it's Todd. The guy that's racing, running these records. You're going to try to get him on at some point in time. But yeah, the Fire Punk Diesel team uses the Hot Shot Secret products, the line of products. Now, Hot Shot Secret, of course, has some of the top of the line. Yeah, racing oils, specialty oils, synthetics. I mean, Chris with Hot Shot Secret talked about that here a couple of weeks ago when he was on. And by the way, Chris will be with us next Friday. Next Friday morning, Chris Gabrelchik with Hot Shot Secret joins us live right here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. So looking forward to that. But yeah, Fire Punk Diesel using all the Hot Shot Secret products. That's pretty cool. That is a proverbial feather in the cap for Hot Shot Secret products. They're using products that are actually setting records, breaking records, and world records in the racing world. And that's big. All right, about 10 before the hour. Carolina Ghost Rider, hey there.
Hey, yeah, I see Hot Shot Secret on a couple of the race cars on Street Outlaws. It's a drag racing show they have on Discovery Channel, and I was glad to see that. Noticed it a few weeks back. Jolly Green Giant talking about his Bluetooth and his every time he makes a call, it goes to his radio. He can get some of his younger drivers to go in there into the settings and disable that. Wouldn't be too hard.
Okay.
But the reason I called is as far as the app goes, I uninstalled my app and reinstalled it after Demon's call. Just while Demon was on, it paused itself 3 separate times and did the bumper music once, I believe it was. Even after I installed it, I still had an issue. So I don't know what it is. I just thought it would be interesting if anybody else was having those issues. If they kind of experienced it 3 times during Demon's call, you kind of know if it was just a system thing or if it's just happened individually for the phones.
Okay. Yep. That's kind of what I was questioning. I mean, I know when you're doing anything on a smartphone for anybody, it's like, yeah, if you're in a place where you drop your call or whatever, the same thing happens when you're trying to stream something into the phone, and you've got better service in some parts of the country than others, but I don't know. And it seems to vary greatly from one night to the next for some reason.
Yeah, I don't remember having any issues with it, earlier this week, streaming with the app, but just tonight. But that's why, I just thought I kind of kept track of it during Demon's call. I don't know if anyone else paid attention, but yeah, if they did, we might could find a pattern that, it's happening individually per phone, or if it's just, happening across the board at the same time for everybody.
Right.
But I want to give recognize a fellow driver out here. Just come south 85 through 95 through Richmond, and car hauler. And I guess he figured everybody behind him, their headlights weren't bright enough because he's hauling the car with the headlights turned on, pointed backwards behind him, blinding everybody.
Oh, boy, that's a DA of the
Tried
week
to get him on the C. Yeah. Tried to get him on the CB, and so I figure, if he's not smart enough to turn the lights off of that car and not smart enough to run the CB, then he damn sure probably ain't smart enough to listen to this show and hear me talk about him.
Oh, boy. Yeah, you're probably right.
But that's all I have for you tonight, and we're going to sit back and listen to the rest of the night.
All right, thanks for checking in, Carolina Ghost Rider. Have a great weekend. We'll chat next week, whatever, and there you go. We've got available lines. Plenty of room for you here on a Friday. A little over an hour yet to fill. It's 844-844-3388. All right, got a couple of things we can update you on here. First of all, it's kind of a hit to one of Joe Biden's big issues, trying to get that $15 an hour minimum wage thing in this COVID bill. Apparently, the Senate parliamentarian has dealt a lethal blow to the Democrats' drive to hike the minimum wage, deciding that the cherished progressive goal has to come out of the massive COVID-19 relief bill that they've been trying to rush through Congress. According to Senate aides this past day, the finding by Elizabeth McDonough, the chamber's nonpartisan arbiter of the rules, as Democrats were preparing for House approval today of an initial version of the $1.9 trillion package that included the minimum wage boost. It also forces Democrats to make politically painful choices about what to do next when it comes to the minimum wage. The Senate aides confirmed the parliamentarian's decision to the Associated Press. Progressives looking to maximize Democratic control of the White House and Congress have wanted party leaders to push aggressively on this particular issue that would have gradually raised the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour over 5 years. All right, there were actually several Democrats even that had spoke out against raising the minimum wage. And of course, in the Senate, you can't, the Democrats can't lose one vote. All 50, apparently, Republicans are against this push to 15 minimum. But you've got Joe Manchin of West Virginia, Kristen Sinema of Arizona that have both spoke out saying that they weren't in support of it. So even if we were in the legislation, we kind of talked about this last evening. Would either of those two Democrats, with that one particular item in this massive bill, have been willing to put their neck on the line to vote against it because it's one of those must-pass pieces of legislation. People are suffering. Unemployment benefits are going to be running out. The boost in unemployment. People are waiting for the stimulus checks. How dare anyone vote against that piece of legislation? But that's why they stick this stuff in those big bills like that. So very interesting that the parliamentarian was able to say it can't be in this particular bill. I guess there are various rules on what I guess can and can't be addressed in certain bills. So they'll probably have to strip that out and try to put it up kind of on a go-it-alone kind of measure. They didn't want to do that because they know that there's always been opposition, enough opposition for any sort of go-it-alone legislation, solo legislation. So they really wanted that to be stuck in that big COVID bill. All right. Hello to Truck and Phil out there. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. Beautiful moon. It'll be full tomorrow, the 27th. The snow moon. Anyway, ready to head up to Sterling Heights, Michigan from Fort Wayne to flip back to Fort Wayne. Have a great weekend. Yeah, and I know, 273 days till Hanukkah, 301 to Christmas. Thank you, Truck and Phil. Okay, yeah, then he sent me the link to the Farmer's Almanac about the full moons and the dates. And there's always several moons, but yeah, this is the snow moon, and several different names for the moon. Now, someone yesterday said that, we're talking about issues with the app or whatever. I think they've got an iPhone. They said the overnight drive radio website works great for the Apple people. It runs in the background. Yeah, I've been listening on the website, and yes, occasionally the bumper thing would randomly play, but okay. And that was, he said that was about 45 minutes ago, actually, that particular post. So occasionally the guitar buffer will randomly play. All right. So with that, what are we looking at here? We'll get our latest news update, if they've updated. And we'll come back with our final hour. Again, if you want to jump on board this morning, it's 844-844-3388. Let's see. Is that Maniac on the line? Maybe it's probably the Sex Maniac. Sex Maniac. I bet that's him checking in. Yeah. I thought it might be our old friend, Maniac from down there. Oh, Stumpy, as they call him. Or he calls himself Stumpy. I had a little chat with him on Facebook a few days ago. I said, why don't you call the show sometime? And he said he's going to check in at some point in time. All right, again, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The United States military struck an Iranian-backed militia site in Syria that was used to launch rocket attacks in Iraq. With more, here's USA Radio's John Clemens reporting.
U.S. forces launched airstrikes against facilities in eastern Syria. They were used in a series of rocket attacks over the last several days, targeting U.S. and coalition personnel in Iraq. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby said the strikes destroyed multiple facilities at a border control that was being used by a number of Iranian-backed militia groups. One of those attacks on February 15th claimed the life of an American contractor. The so-called Guardians of Blood Brigade claimed responsibility for that attack. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Men, John Jubilee with Energize Health, and I want to just talk to you man to man for a moment. 1/3 of men 50 and over suffer with high blood pressure. That high blood pressure medication has a horrible side effect, worse than death, erectile dysfunction. And it's brutal, but let's just talk about it medically. We have had thousands of people completely reverse diabetes, high blood pressure, irritable bowel syndrome, yes, and ED, raise their testosterone 500 points naturally through the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Men, if you're intelligent, you're skeptical. I want you to be skeptical. But go log on to our website, energizehealth.com. Click that red button, watch a masterclass, and then watch thousands of men just like you who reversed every single issue that I just mentioned. I don't make a claim. My clients make a claim. EnergizeHealth.com.
Costco says it's raising its hourly minimum wage to $16 an hour for its U.S. employees amid ongoing debate among lawmakers on raising federal hourly minimum wages to $15 an hour. Costco CEO Craig Jelinek said during a Senate budget hearing committee that the wage will go to $16 an hour. Employees have the opportunity to receive annual wage increases. Amazon has raised its starting wage to $15 an hour in 2018, and Target has raised its minimum wage to $15 last year. Walmart announced it's going to raise its minimum wage to $13 an hour. The House is planning to vote on Friday on President Biden's $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package, and while it has enough support to pass the House, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Kristen Sinema of Arizona have threatened to oppose the stimulus package over the provision to raise the minimum wage. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is now calling for an investigation into the allegations of sexual harassment against New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. De Blasio called the allegations, which were made by former aide Lindsey Boylan, quote, disturbing.
When a woman comes forward with this kind of very specific allegations, they have to be taken seriously.
5 New York State Republican senators are demanding a full investigation by New York's Attorney General. In a letter writing, this investigation should also include a review of the alleged actions taken by executive chamber staff members and loyalists to try and intimidate the alleged victim and other women into remaining silent. Governor Cuomo said he's denying any wrongdoing of any kind. 2 of Lady Gaga's French bulldogs named Koji and Gustav were stolen after the singer's dog walker was shot in Hollywood, California. A Los Angeles Police Department spokesperson confirmed to People magazine that the robbery happened on Wednesday night on Sierra Bonita Avenue in Hollywood. The dog walker was transported to the hospital in stable condition and is now recovering, according to sources close to Lady Gaga. The shooter was described as male. He used a semi-automatic handgun and was spotted leaving in a white sedan. The investigation is still ongoing. A representative for Lady Gaga has confirmed that she's offering $500,000 for the return of her dogs. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, there we go. Get our final hour underway on a Friday. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun, huh? Are you having fun yet? Let me see here. All right, heard in the update there a few moments ago. Old Governor Cuomo. Yeah, more and more calling for his resignation. Yeah, the latest being the sexual harassment accusation. Yeah, the latest reason Cuomo should resign, according to Representative Claudia Tenney of New York, one of few Republicans in New York, as, of course, with the latest, a former aide of Cuomo this week accusing him of sexually harassing her following recent controversies where the state's attorney general talking about the nursing home deaths were undercounted. Then you had the New York assemblyman accusing Cuomo of actually threatening him. I saw a big interview with that guy last weekend. And how did he put it? Yeah, the assembly was in a meeting, and they had the secretary or whatever under Cuomo, who they were saying, we want the truth. Give us the truth. And she said, okay, you want the truth? And she actually spelled it out for him. And when that news broke, Cuomo was not happy at all. He wanted that story to go away. And the assemblyman went on to say that Cuomo had threatened to ruin his career. But he said, hey, when we have information, if we know something, I don't care if the governor doesn't want to act on it or wants it to go away. If we also try to hide that information, we then are complicit. And this is actually a Democrat. I mean, this is in his own party saying that once we had that information, we can't sit on this. We're looking to get ourselves in trouble. All right, so Tenney said, as a woman, I do think you need to due process. You need to hear both sides of the argument, first of all. But it does look like a one-sided statement, and I hate to just call out sexual harassment and quickly until it's proven. Now, with that, we can all kind of go back and say, well, yeah, let's look at the accusations against Justice Kavanaugh, looking for the confirmation to the Supreme Court. At which point in time, Democrats wanted to just say he was guilty. Yeah, guilty is before even waiting to try to get the truth. At least Tenney is saying, let's get the truth here. Let's find out. There are two sides to every story. But she went on to say, I have plenty of other reasons for Governor Cuomo, or as you referred to him as King Cuomo, to resign. I've called on him to resign not just this year over the nursing home scandal and over covering up statistics, but also over some of the things he's done in the past as governor. She has proposed a Cuomo accountability amendment to the COVID-19 relief bill that would require states to provide accurate information in regards to COVID deaths and transmission statistics. If such data was denied, funds would go directly to local governments rather than to the states. Now, of course, New York's not the only state having issues with that. We talked, a couple nights ago about Pennsylvania, Governor Wolf there, where they're talking about impeaching him. Somewhat, not the nursing home things per se, but his handling of, or mishandling of the COVID-19 and all the restrictions he's had in place. The other is Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, Governor Whitmer. She's kind of getting caught up in the whole nursing home thing. According to Breitbart this past day, Gretchen Whitmer's administration refused to answer questions from legislators yesterday about her COVID nursing home policy. During a House Oversight Committee meeting, Chairman Representative Steve Johnson acknowledged a representative from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services declined to participate. He said, most of you guys got a letter last night from the director in response to the announced hearing. We asked them to testify. We asked them last week. We really wanted them to testify because there's questions that need to be answered. They refused to testify. They sent us this letter instead, he told the committee. Chairman indicated the letter claimed that they have the greatest data out there, but didn't share any of it. Now, I'm just a simple guy, but in my mind, if you have the best data out there, wouldn't you share it with the people? Johnson said the data reported by the Whitmer administration indicated Michigan has the 14th highest COVID-related death rate in the country per 100 residents. Now, the Department of Justice tried to get data from her administration in August, and the governor issued a joint statement with the now embattled New York Governor Cuomo. They both argued that there were partisan motivations for probing the large COVID-related percentage of nursing home deaths. Now, with what's going on with Cuomo, and she was kind of teamed up, old chummy, working together with Cuomo, you say, this is nothing more than a transparent politicization of the Department of Justice in the middle of the Republican National Convention. That was going back in time. Now, Whitmer and Cuomo embroiled in, of course, Cuomo in his own nursing home death scandal. You know, it's no coincidence. The moment the Trump administration is caught weakening the CDC's COVID-19 testing guidelines to artificially lower the number of positive cases, they launched this partisan deflection. That's what Whitmer and Cuomo said. All right, at least 14 states, including Kentucky, Utah, and Arizona, have issued similar nursing home guidance, all based on supposedly federal guidelines. Yet the 4 states listed in the DOJ's request, they all had Democrat governors. That's so Whitmer and Cuomo trying to make it look like a partisan witch hunt. But the tower of cards is kind of tumbling in on Cuomo. But why does Whitmer's administration not want to answer the same questions? That's exactly the way it started out with Cuomo, by the way. They requested information, and they refused to pass it on, and they passed on. All right, back to your calls here Friday. Rod, what's happening this morning?
Is it me?
That would be you. Yes, sir. Is it Fly Rod or Rod or?
That's Fly Rod. Wow, the automatic system finally messed it up on my end. Wow, that's incredible.
Well, I bet I can figure out why. Something's wrong with the audio on your system. Because
so you say. Well, that there.
Yeah, because I can just barely make you out there. Yeah, maybe a bad cell connection. Maybe dial us back up, Fly Rod, and I'll bump you back to the top of the list. How's that sound? All right, Big Sexy.
Good morning, Steve.
Hey there.
Hey, on this app deal, I was having that same problem. There for a while, I was having to pick my phone up, take it out of its sleep mode, and reconnect it. It was dropping you constantly. And I'd pick it up and then I'd hit the play button again to get it to play. What I did on mine, my radio in my truck is a JVC radio. The app that they have is remote control on my phone to control my radio. has where you can download on, or you can set buttons on there to control apps on your phone.
Yes, sir.
And I set a button to control my overnight drive app, and I connect it to the overnight drive that way instead of straight from the Bluetooth. And it hadn't been kicking out, but I still hear that bumper music occasionally. It hadn't been kicking out like it was.
Okay.
But I'd rather have the app than watch it on the YouTube or Facebook. I don't have that screen in front of me, you know. This is a lot better. And that's the only night I've had that problem. I hadn't had that problem before tonight. Ever since you've launched the app, it's worked great. But I was going to let you know I was having that same problem.
I don't think.
Last week we had.
I don't think anything's really changed. I don't know. I know the tech guy was actually, working on some updates this past day. So I don't know. I'm sure he'll be back in there looking at things again today or over the weekend.
Okay. Last week we were having snow and ice this time. Now we're dealing with rain. So it's just one thing after another here. But I'd rather deal with this than the snow or ice.
Yeah.
But I just want to let you know my app was doing the same thing. So I'll get off here and let somebody else get on.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Thank you for checking in there. You got it, Big Sexy. Have a good morning. Oh, Lord, I apologize. I did a phone reset in the first hour, but it was too early to get us to the end of the show. So for those on hold, I apologize if you can just dial us back up here in short order. Give me a minute or so to kind of get things reset, as they say. And we'll get the things dialed back up here. I've got fairly decent at resetting pretty quick, if you know what I mean, because if you have to do it night after night. So as we're speaking, I'm just kind of clicking through, and it'll dial up and should have us back in action here in just a few seconds. And then, Fly Rod can call back again for a third try. And I did see he had dialed us back up, so. All right, with that, what are we looking at? 844-844-3388 as we make our way into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Military personnel, U.S. military will begin administering vaccines for the COVID next week. They tell us at 4 massive inoculation sites in Florida and another in Philadelphia. These 5 new centers were nearly double the number of facilities exclusively or overwhelmingly being staffed by soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. It's a 222-member team that will start operating Wednesday of next week at the Pennsylvania Convention Center there in Philadelphia. Then additional teams will be setting up big centers, one in Miami, one in Orlando, another in Tampa, as well as Jacksonville, Florida, according to the Military Times. Military units started distributing doses at 3 sites in Texas, one in Houston, one in Dallas. They've got 2 in New York City, one in Queens and Brooklyn this past Wednesday. They joined the one in California at the California State University, L.A. Now, these are going to be pumping out the vaccines. The 4 Florida sites, as well as the 2 New York facilities, are expected to have the capacity to inoculate as many as 3,000 people every day. The Houston operation is projected to be able to vaccinate as many as 6,000 per day. The big site in L.A. is already up to at least 5,800 per day. So also they say troops are supporting some of our facilities in New Jersey, and they've got one there at the U.S. Virgin Islands. So using the military to help out get people vaccinated. All right, who's next up here? Fly Rod didn't get through, and so let's jump on down to Double R's on the line here early on a Friday morning. Double R. Well, it helps if I turn it up. Hello, Double R. Sorry about that.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Doing well. What's happening?
Not much. Are you going to get your shot, or you just going to ride it out as long as you can?
I'll probably just ride it out as long as I can. If it comes to do it, something like you have to be vaccinated to take a cruise or something, which that's probably going to be another year down the line. I might go ahead and take it then.
Right. That's what I'm going to do. The VA told me I can come down and get mine anytime I want, but I'm just going to ride it out, and see what happens. But the reason I called in, Steve, I was wanting to know, by the way, Nita said her phone, I just got up. She was driving, and she said her phone was doing the same thing on the, what was it on, Nita?
On the app?
On the app.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And did Dean come in this morning, or?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did indeed. Yeah, we had him on. He was supposed to come on a little after midnight, but his computer decided to do an automatic update. he didn't get on till 1. We had him on till about 2:25 this morning. So yeah, spent about 90 minutes with us.
Crap. Yeah, I wanted to talk to him, but it's all good. Real quick, when you get an opportunity, we're going across 80, Steve. I got to be in Denver in the morning. I'm over here by Cleveland, and then if you could, can you run me the weather for going across 80, and then from Denver going up to Seattle?
Okay,
I would definitely appreciate it. So. Yeah, I look forward to your weather. It helps me out a lot, so I really appreciate it. But anyhow, it's a weekend, ain't it?
It is. Yeah, here comes a Friday. Finally, Friday.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I'm ready for it. But we got another week, and we're going home. So, but anyhow, I just wanted to call in and say good morning to you, and. I'm going to get off here and let somebody else get in. And you enjoy your day, and hopefully we'll touch base with you and Mama over the weekend or something.
Okay. I'm trying to look at the breakdown. Well, you're going to be headed to Colorado. Is that what you're going to be rolling, like through Denver, headed west? Is that?
Well, I was thinking about running down, running over here 80 to, what is that, 76? It runs down to Denver out of Nebraska. And then from there, I was going to run probably out of Nevada. I can't even talk. Hell, out of Denver, I was going to run 287 over to Laramie, Wyoming, and then get on 80 and run it over to 30. I guess try to get across Cabbage. Because they still got them passes closed, don't they? Out there in Washington.
I have not got an update on that. I'm not sure. Well,
Kwame Pass, Stevens Pass, and all them.
Yeah, they had been. Yeah, like I said, I haven't got the update. I'll have to dig up, see if I can get the latest on that for you. All right. Well, I'm looking. I mean, there's not much of anything really showing up on the radar right now. I'm looking at for the day ahead. Let's see. Winds will be an issue. Let's see. Strong winds, 30 to 50 miles per hour with this storm. Areas east of the Cascades into the northern and central Rockies. Rainfall not expected to be heavy enough to cause any flooding. Precip falling as snow in the mountains are projected to reach several feet over the high country. Besides the heavy accumulation of snow, the wind will add to difficult travels. All right, anyone traveling to the passes in the Cascades will need to exercise extreme caution and may even want to consider postponing travel. Yes, snow has been common during this active pattern, and many of the same passes you were just talking about are going to be hit again. Another round of treacherous travel is in store along 90's Snoqualmie Pass. 2 to 3 feet of fresh snow expected through today, Friday. Motorists with plans to travel over the mountain passes expect the chain requirements to be in place and possible closures. Let's see some of the passes right now. This is like the forecast through Friday night. 24 to 36 inches at Snoqualmie, 24 to 36 for Stevens, 24 to 36 for White Pass. On over to the Oregon Cascades into Friday. Government Camp, 24 to 36. Santiam Pass, 18 to 24. Willamette Pass, 18 to 24. Even in places where just light to moderate rain is falling, the winds will still be a factor. Some locations may have some localized damage and power outages. By Friday night, the system should move further inland and begin to fall apart. Weekend looks to be rather tranquil, although a coastal rain shower or mountain snow shower can't be ruled out there in the state of Washington. So I'm looking at some of the advisories here. Yeah, it's really like in Colorado from right about Denver western Colorado. Yeah, you've got the snow in the offing, snow then along the Utah, Colorado, and the Utah-Idaho line back into northeastern portions of Nevada. And a little finger of snow right through the center portions of Utah, where you'll see some accumulation. I guess that's probably the higher elevation stuff as we roll into the weekend. So you may encounter a few issues there, Double R. Sorry about that. All right, what do we see here? It's 844-844-3388. And back to, is it the Caveman, I believe? Hello, is it the Caveman?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Doing well. What's happening, Caveman?
I just wondered if you could reflect a little bit on the House Bill H.R. 1, maybe Sunday night, Monday morning show. I want to go into it late in the day in the show.
Okay.
But anyhow, I haven't been up this early since in about 2 years, I guess. Almost 2 years there. Retired in October 28th. And my son wants me to ride on a truck with him.
Uh-huh.
So I'm down here in Jersey. Going to go on a truck with him today. So that's all we got there. Just if you could reflect a little bit on House HR 1, see what that's about, and see whether we need to call our congressman to support it or tell them to not vote on it.
Yeah, tell them to get the hell away from it. It's Jim Jordan was talking about it yesterday, Caveman, and he said this is the left's way of trying to nationalize elections. Yeah, pretty much taking away.
Okay, I thought that's what it was. Go ahead, sir.
Pretty much taking away the state's individual control of how they handle their own elections, trying to make the rules kind of be the same across the board, what the states have to do. And yeah, Jordan said this is nationalizing elections. And in his words, it is taking away fair elections. No longer would you have fair elections in this country.
Hold on. Tommy, can you make me one too?
Yeah, he's ready for some breakfast. All right, Caveman.
Go ahead.
I'll dig into it a little bit more. I'll jot that down and get it to it a bit more on Monday morning. How's that sound? Yeah, he's ordering breakfast somewhere. Hey, make me one too. All right, let's try again here. Fly Rod, hey there.
Good morning, Steve. I knew it couldn't have been me, my faulty audio equipment, because I'm talking on one of these stellar Bluetooth Pluto duos.
I hear you.
So I knew it couldn't have been on my end. And we got up to the 4 o'clock hour, and I was on hold, and I thought to myself, I don't think he's reset the phones.
That was correct.
But I digress. A couple things real quick. Jolly Green Giant, you are not the back door. I seem to always proceed or be after your phone calls in the mornings when I do call in.
Okay.
But Jolly Green Giant, congratulations on you are the winner of the Stellar Pluto Duo So we will get that out to you hasta pronto as soon as I get confirmation of your email.
Okay. So,
Steve,
I guess what do the folks at Hot Shot say? I forget the girl's name. That she sends you like the email, then you get a hold of him, or do they contact him direct? How's that work?
Yeah, Casey Keene, she usually will copy you and me, and she'll give me the winner's name, or the winner's email. I don't have their name.
Yeah.
And once I receive that, then I will reach out to them and let them know that confirm that they are the winners.
Okay.
And then I make arrangements with them on the phone as to how to send it to them.
All right. So Jolly Green Giant, there's a plan. I know he's still out there listening. He said he'd be with us the rest of the morning. So.
Now, Jolly Green Giant, the easiest way to get a hold of me is to go to Stellar Electronic, our webpage, and my credentials are all the way down at the bottom of the page there, Dave McManus. Just either email me, or you're welcome to text me. My phone number's there, or you're welcome to call me. My day is just starting, so I'll be at it all day long.
Okay.
Steve, I want to take you down memory lane a little bit. Do you remember a fellow by the name of Maurice Claret?
Maurice Claret.
Maurice Claret. He was up there in your neck of the woods, up there around Akron, Ohio, many years ago. He was a world famous football player for Ohio State. Remember him?
Okay. No, I don't. Sorry.
Well, likely, yeah. You're a Bearcat fan, so that's okay. Maurice Claret. I had a funny story to share with you real quick. Our last week's winner on February 19th was a gentleman by the name of Maurice Kraft. He was from Virginia Beach. And I'm not sure if that's not our old friend I used to call from Virginia Beach over Glenn. I thought it was Glenn maybe, because it sure sounded like him. But anyway, when I called, I got a hold of, Casey gave me Mr. Kraft's phone number, and I called him, and when he didn't answer the phone, I went to his voicemail, and I said, "Hey, Maurice Claret." As soon as I said, I knew I screwed up. So he probably scratched his head. Who in the hell is Maurice Claret?
Yeah.
So he called me back several minutes later, and daggone if I didn't do it the second time. I said, "Hey, Maurice Claret." So anyway, I thought that was funny, just a foot in the mouth moment.
Yeah. I did I typed in Maurice on Facebook, and it pulled up his name right there, Maurice Claret, former American football running back who played for the Ohio State Buckeyes. That's the guy you're talking about. Yeah. That wasn't our winner, though. The winner was Maurice Kraft, you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the winner. But anyway, a couple shouts out. Two of your long-time listeners who have been listening to you for many, many years called me yesterday. Do you remember David and Harina? They were team drivers out of Atlanta.
I'd probably have to see him to remember them.
Well, okay. Well, they were. They've been listening to you and your dad actually far back as when Dale was on. So they've been listening for a long, long time. They reached out to me and were interested in one of the headsets. But anyway, they wanted me to give you a shout out, and they were so tickled to find that you were back on the radio.
Really? Okay.
From your last gig.
That's cool.
So they're going to be reaching out to you shortly.
That's cool. Thank you.
They just gave kudos to Hot Shot Secret. They are supporters of Hot Shot Secret. They use their products, and so David and Arena, thank you so much. Helene, excuse me. Thank you for listening to the Steve Summers Show. And yesterday, I talked to the world famous, the living legend, the myth, Mr. Monkey Gouger. He was in between raindrops and boat rides out to his hot spot where he was ripping up the fish, he was telling me. He is got cleared by the doctor, so he will be back out. And he's going to be trying to be calling in. I believe he said Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
So for all his fans out there,
for all that time, so hell, he hadn't been out nearly 2 months then, apparently. And that's a pretty lengthy stint we haven't heard. Well, I'll be looking forward to that. Finally. Well, he should have all kind of. Hell, maybe I should just let him do the 5-hour show Monday or Tuesday. We ain't talked to him, and he's going to have all kind of stories to tell people. All right. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, a couple things I want to mention. I want to throw your way real quick, like some personal friends of myself and the princess. We've known them for years. They were actually with us on one of our cruises several years back. Some of you probably know Cindy and Joe. Cindy had a bout with breast cancer. I forget how many years ago, but she had gone into the whole remission thing. And she'd been having some tests done lately, and Joe posted yesterday that Cindy and I just found out she has breast cancer again. So not the best news. Has to have a brain MRI Monday evening, and we'll fill you in with more as we find out. So, yeah, so I guess the brain MRI looking to see if it possibly has spread, what might be going on there. So maybe, yeah, for those that tend to do so, maybe please put them on the prayer chain. Cindy could use your prayers right about now. All right, cancer, the dreaded cancer. And then yesterday morning after the show, I got a message. It wasn't from someone that my phone recognized. It just said, Steve, I get up around 3 a.m. and I walk most mornings. I've taken to listening to you at that time. And I got to tell you, I've really been enjoying the show. I'm excited for you to get wider distribution. To which I said, who dis? Just like that. He said, oh, sorry, Mike Brunetti with National Seating. Yes. Yeah, our old friend Mike Brunetti. Bostrom and National Seating. To which he said, well, if I ever have anything intelligent to say, I'll call in. Mike, I'm sure you'd have something intelligent to say. Be like old times. Yeah, going back years gone by. That we participated with them many a years at truck shows and whatnot. They can customize your seats. They put our logo. We'll probably be looking to do some of those sort of things with our friends at Bostrom and National Seating in the future with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive logo and things of that nature. So there you go. All right, let's get back to the calls here and see who we got. Is that the old sex maniac?
Yeah, that's me, Steve. I'm just sitting back enjoying a good trucking show, and all of a sudden I keep hearing this guy out there put my name over there. So I thought I'd just call in, check in with you. And my app was doing the same thing. It started up around Lafayette, Indiana, all the way up to the 255-mile marker. And when I was listening to Jolly call in, it did it one time on him. So it hasn't done it here lately, though. But I don't know if it's in certain areas out here or it's maybe the weather's bothering the app, bad weather conditions or whatever, you know. But I just thought I'd let you know. I was just sitting back enjoying it, and I keep hearing my name out there, so I figure I'll give you a ring and see how you doing and all that good stuff.
Well, at least he was not taking your name in vain, Sex Maniac. He didn't have anything bad to say about you.
Well, he knows better. I put a knot on his. I put a big old knot on his head there. And if I have any problem there, I just might try to get a hold of Moose there to help me out or something. I believe Moose would help me out, wouldn't he?
Moose could take care of pretty much anybody giving you any trouble.
Yeah, I like listening to Moose. He's got some good ideas, good points. He's kind of reminds me of me, but I try not to say a whole lot because of the way these drivers are out here nowadays. I wouldn't even want to get into it because I just consider a lot of them a bunch of steering wheel holders because they sure don't know the ropes out here.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you talk about Doc Holliday. I remember meeting Doc Holliday down at the truck show, sitting over there in the corner with Ed giving out hats. I ain't even seen him in so long. I was going to ask you if Doc Holliday was still around.
Yes, he is. Got to hear from him this week.
Yeah, sounds like he's just doing his thing or gambling away. I listened to him, what was it, last night he called in?
Yes.
Said he lost all that money.
Yeah, what was he? He was down that 2,800 at that point, and I haven't heard from him since, whether he went back down to try to win that back the next morning or not. That's the way they get you, You get in, you try to win it back, and it's like, yeah, what was that? Chevy Chase, when he did the Vegas vacation, he kept going back to that blackjack dealer, and he walks in, why don't you just let me kick you in the cojones and hand me the money, and we'll call it a day,
Oh, yeah. They don't mind giving the money up there, but they got to give it back to them sooner or later,
Yep, right. Well, why do you think they offer you a free hotel room for the night? Hey, stick around. Come on. We want you to come back and lose some more. We love you. All right. Sex Maniac, thank you so much. That was a classic movie. Aside, I think my favorite vacation movie of all time would have to be Christmas Vacation. And number two is probably going to be the Vegas Vacation because he and Cousin Eddie, when they went down to that dive of a so-called casino where there were games like paper, rock, scissors, and guess a number between 1 and 10. He was trying anything to make his money back. And let's see. After that, it would have to be the original Vacation. I never really took a liking to European Vacation. For whatever reason, I don't know. Hey, Big Moose.
Hey, bud, just wanted to call back. I just pulled my number one reefer out of the shop. This account that I've got to keep a pretty good eye on these reefer units, and he gave me a printout here, and I just wanted to report the update since I've been using all the Hot Shot Secret Slickum on this thing.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Now, the last readout shows that my overall engine temperature is down 8 degrees. My fuel consumption is down 3.5%. That's, static, gallon per hour, down 3.5%. He said that the O2 sensor on this thing was just as clean as the day the manufacturer put it in there, and the fuel tank is spotless, and I just tickled pink, buddy.
So what are you running, Big Moose? Are you doing the stiction eliminator and the diesel extreme? What all you got in?
Doing the diesel extreme and the stiction eliminator, doing the daily diesel treatment too. I'm telling them guys I keep one of the big bottles of that in all the trucks, and every time they fuel these things, I tell them put a dose in there.
Yeah.
And this one that I'm pulling right now was kind of my test dummy because this is the oldest one I got. It's a 2014 Ingersoll Rand, and this is the one I started using it on. I've been using it now for 3 months on this thing, and every time I get a printout on it, man, all my numbers are going in the right direction. I love it.
How about that? That's great numbers. Yeah, the EDT, everyday diesel treatment. That's all right. Well, so that's pretty impressive. How long have you been running the product to get the change, the breakdown?
like I said, this is 3 months now.
Okay.
In this one unit, it's 3 months, and I'm down 3.5% on the fuel, and then the engine temperature is dropping, and it's just it's cleaning it out. Matter of fact, I think it's already cleaned it out because I had them. They pulled the O2 sensor on it and everything, and everything is just as good as it can be, or if not better.
That's great.
Yeah, what I say. Oh, hey, one more quick thing I was thinking of. This is how my mind works here. They're talking about the old governor up there in New York, and he was sexually harassing some people, and I guess he had several victims that's come forth over this sexual harassment.
Correct. That is correct.
Now, all right, now, if he sexually harassed somebody and they enjoyed it, would that make him a Cuomo-sexual?
Ah, boy, the things you come up with, Big Moose, you're a character.
Hey, well, have a good weekend, bud. I'm going to be 10-10 till we do it again.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Good numbers. I like that when it comes to see, that's what the Hot Shot Secret products will do for your, it's not just your diesel. Of course, if you're just an everyday listener, four-wheeler, automobile driver, whatever you want. Some people don't like to be called four-wheelers. I drive an automobile. Give me a little respect. They've got the, rather than the diesel extreme, you've got the Hot Shot Secret gasoline extreme. Yeah, put some of that in your tank. A 16-ounce bottle, I believe, treats 160 gallons. Yeah, something like that. So yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, that'll work. It's going to clean out your system on the gasoline side. Of course, the Stiction Eliminator, that is good in both gas and diesel engines. So you don't have to get the big 64-ounce bottles. If you're just an automobile driver, get you the smaller bottles, the 16 ounce or 32, whatever the case might be. Stiction Eliminator and Gasoline Extreme, and that'll clean her up. Let me see here. There are some sales going on right now through the end of March. If you're out there, if you stop in an O'Reilly Auto Parts store now through the end of March, they've got the Hot Shot Secret product. You got $4 off on the Diesel Extreme, $4 off on the Everyday Diesel Treatment. You got $8 off on the Stiction Eliminator, $4 off on the FR3, the Friction Reducer. Okay, that goes in the oil side as well. But yeah, otherwise, I just assume you go to hotshotsecret.com, place your order, and use the code Overnight Drive and get 10% off your entire order. Then, of course, if you're a CDL holder or a veteran, active duty, first responder, you can get an additional 10% off. You get 20% off your entire order. So there you go. Take advantage of that. hotshotsecret.com, and make sure to spread the word. All right,
I loved listening to Moose, man. That's a salesman, buddy.
Yeah.
I was expecting for him to start telling you how his bald spot got growed over by hair. He lost 5 pounds, and he's having a hard time explaining to his wife why all these bikini models are hanging around his office all of a sudden. He's great. That was wonderful. And earlier in the show, the very first car, basically, I guess he hadn't called in a long time, and all of a sudden he found it, and he got in touch with you. He said something, I think, one of the things you need to put in your, he said your show was like a teddy bear to him that he had lost. Well, there you go. You can have little teddy bears, Hot Shot Secret on the back, and Steve Summers Overnight Drive on the front. But I think I said earlier, politics. I think we're starting to see now that Big Orange is out of the way. Now the Democrats are starting to turn on each other, and I'm pretty much glad to see it. Maybe Chelsea Gabbard had something out there. There was a montage of what she was going through, because she is still a conservative Democrat. Now, her and I couldn't vote for her, but my goodness, they have what she's had to put up with and defend herself against the liberal and the socialist Democrats. It's amazing. So, but that's what my own point is there is, now the big orange is out of the way for now. We're seeing all the things. 2-3 months ago, could you ever believe that the media would be putting out about Cuomo? I mean, he was an award-winning governor. Not so much anymore.
That's correct. He was.
We're on a bad road, and I don't want to tear up your radio program, so I gotta go.
All right.
And I'll sit back and copy the mail.
You do that. Thank you very, very much. Have a good morning and be safe out there. Talk to you next week, there, Chevy guy. Yeah, rather than being like, he's like typically one of the first in. Looks like he's going to be the last in. Here for our Friday morning edition. All right, Doughboy said, hey, Steve, I think the 32-ounce gasoline extreme treats like 40 gallons. I said, I didn't think I was that far off, so I ran over and grabbed a bottle. I got a 16-ounce gasoline extreme. 16-ounce treats 45, says right there. Treats 45 gallons of fuel. So I think I've got an 18-gallon tank. I think I've been putting like 4 ounces in each time I fill up as of late. Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. There you go. All right. So what else we got here? We'll kind of close things out for a Friday as we get set for the weekend. I wanted to pull up my show notes one more time because we had a couple of other things we could share with you. Again, if you want to tune into some of the racing action, you'll see the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 in action live this weekend. Yeah, they've set records 2 days in a row. Last night, the first ever diesel to break into the threes when they ran a 3.99 at 182.67 miles per hour. This is a pickup truck. I believe, they've got a diesel dragster as well. And this S10 is doing faster times than the damn dragster is. So I bet those guys are going to be working on making some modifications on the diesel dragster. But you want to tune into some of the live action, go to Flow Racing, the streaming service, FLO Racing. Flow Racing, do a quick search. And you can catch some of the action today, Saturday, Sunday, coming your way from the South Georgia Motorsports Park. Maybe, just maybe, as I said at the first hour, the buzz down there at the South Georgia Motorsports Park is the guys think they're onto something and that they maybe even get more out of this engine as the season gets underway, so they could even set additional world records this weekend. How exciting would that be? So catch that with Flow Racing, but a big tip of the hat. There you go. And with that, what do we see here? Have a great weekend. Be safe out there. Of course, if you're going to be traveling in the southern reaches of the country, you are going to see some issues. A lot of rain. I'll try to refresh real quick, as we're almost out of time here. The rain area expanding. We're going to see rain stretching from Texas all the way over to the Carolinas. At this point, the rains are already stretching through much of North Georgia, almost over to the South Carolina line. North Carolina, South Carolina line. So rains through northern Georgia, northern portions of Alabama. We're looking at some heavy rains pushing through between Jackson and Tupelo. Heavy rains extending back to Little Rock, Arkansas, all the way back to Dallas, Texas at this point in time. And that's just going to continue to fill in several days. You're going to be talking inches of rainfall, maybe some flooding problems. All right, thank you much. Again, have a great weekend. Thank you so much for being with us. This has been the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,